Chapter 2230. The time cave is the most precious treasure I left behind. As for the other places, they only have some saint stones and thousand inscriptions, saint weapons. The old voice continued to reverberate in the air, informing Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing of the situation. The time cave was the most precious thing in the ruins they were currently in. In an instant, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's gazes shifted to the other side at the same time. There was a stone platform standing there. The surroundings and the top of the stone platform were engraved with various patterns. It gave off an ancient and weathered feeling. It was obvious that it had existed for a very long time. Once he sat on the top, he would be able to open the time cave with just a thought. Furthermore, according to what the owner of that voice had said, as long as one opened the time cave and focused on comprehending a certain divine ability, they would have the opportunity to comprehend that divine ability to the extreme. 10 years in a single thought, dozens of years in a single thought, all were possible. If I can master the elementary devouring tactic in the Suiyu cave, not only will my strength be greatly improved, but I'll also be able to help others improve their innate spiritual roots through the elementary devouring tactic. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's breathing could not help but quicken. What did it mean to help others improve their innate spiritual roots? That also meant, Duan Lingtian was able to create so many peerless geniuses with violet innate spiritual roots. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the stone platform in front of him. It was as if he was a hunter who had finally found his prey after not seeing it for a long time. I almost forgot. Soon, Duan Lingtian seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water, and he completely woke up. Now, he was not the only one here. There was also Huang Wenjing from the Wandering Saint Palace. Although he and Huang Wenjing had agreed beforehand that he would have the priority to choose the good things later on. But now, it seemed like the time cave was the only good thing here. How were they going to distribute it? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but look at Huang Wenjing. Go ahead. When Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Wenjing, she said without hesitation. If you hadn't saved me, I would have been dead. I wouldn't have been able to make it here. Duan Lingtian had never expected this. Before he could open his mouth, Huang Wenjing took the initiative to give him the time cave. Moreover, after learning about the benefits that the time cave could bring, he didn't hesitate to take the initiative to give it to him. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was both shocked and moved. I wasn't just saving you, I was also saving myself. If you had died just like that, I wouldn't have been able to stop those monsters' attacks, and I wouldn't have been able to stand here. Therefore, I only saved you for myself. Duan Lingtian told Huang Wenjing. Then, without waiting for Huang Wenjing to respond, he continued to speak. However, this time cave is extremely important to me. Thus, it's impossible for me to refuse the fact that you're giving it to me. However, I'll make a promise to you. If I really obtain the benefits that I think I'll get from this time cave, I'll repay you. You'll owe me a big favor, Duan Lingtian said. He had already made up his mind. If he could really comprehend his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to its limit through the time cave, he would return Huang Wenjing a big favor and help her improve her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root. Naturally, he did not make it clear since he did not know if he could comprehend his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to its limit through the time cave. There's no need for that. Huang Wenjing did not know what Duan Lingtian meant by favor, so she politely shook her head and rejected him. If she knew, she would not have rejected him. However, Duan Lingtian acted as though he did not hear Huang Wenjing's words. He continued to make his way to the stone platform in front of him. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little quiet. Go ahead. I'll protect you, Huang Wenjing said. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already arrived in front of the stone platform. When he heard Huang Wenjing's words, he came to a halt and turned around to look at her. He said solemnly, I, Duan Lingtian, am a man of my word. After he finished speaking, he sat on the stone platform without waiting for Huang Wenjing's reply. After sitting cross-legged, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and muttered to himself, I wonder how long this time cave lasts. If I can open the time cave with just a thought, I wonder how many years I can spend in a single thought. If I can spend dozens of years in a single thought, I might be able to comprehend my divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to its limit. I hope I'll be able to comprehend the elementary devouring tactic to its limit. In that case, not only will my strength improve, but I'll also be able to help Father, Mother, and little Fayer improve their innate talent. Although he would need to devour other people's innate spiritual roots in order to help others improve their innate spiritual roots, Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. However, Duan Lingtian did not feel pressured at all. After all, the Debussy subterranean was a chaotic place. As long as he wanted, he could devour a large number of innate spiritual roots. There was no need for him to feel pressured. When Huang Wenjing saw Duan Lingtian sitting on the stone platform, she stood at the side and observed her surroundings vigilantly. It was as though even the slightest movement in the wind could not escape her attention. At the same time, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness in an attempt to open the time cave. After extending his divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that he was not sitting on the stone platform. Currently, he did not look like he was sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. Instead, he looked more like he was sitting cross-legged on a vast altar. The altar was also engraved with countless complicated and densely packed patterns. At first glance, one would not be able to tell what these patterns were. However, if one took a closer look, one would be able to see that these patterns were made up of innate spiritual roots. These patterns were formed from various saint inscriptions. However, due to the sheer number of saint inscriptions and the fact that they overlapped with each other, it was difficult to tell at a glance. Open the time cave with just a thought? When Duan Lingtian recalled the words of the old voice, he extended his divine consciousness to scan his surroundings again. In the end, he really sensed a strange aura. Following this strange aura, Duan Lingtian sensed another strange energy. This power gave people a kind of mysterious feeling. As long as I integrate my divine consciousness into it, I should be able to open the time cave. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself, "Let's give it a try." With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness also entered the strange energy. At the same time, he shifted his attention to the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. He was completely focused on comprehending this divine ability. Since Duan Lingtian was completely focused on comprehending the divine ability, he did not know what happened next. At this moment, all he knew was that he was continuously comprehending the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In the beginning, his comprehension was rather smooth. Gradually, it became more and more difficult. Later on, he encountered a bottleneck. He ignored the bottleneck and continued to comprehend. Just like that, Duan Lingtian completely immersed himself in comprehending the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. He did not care about the time as he continued to comprehend it. It was as though he would not stop until he had comprehended it to its peak. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten about the time. In his mind, the only thought left was to comprehend the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Apart from that, he did not think about anything else. While Duan Lingtian was immersed in the time cave and fully immersed in comprehending the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, he had completely forgotten about the passage of time. Outside the ruin left behind by an eminent celestial quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master, the group of people regained their senses one after another. They followed Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing into the stone forest and the ruin. From this, it could also be said that it didn't take long for Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing to pass through the passage and arrive at the time cave. I really didn't expect our human devil clan to have such a young expert. Even the Wandering Saint Palace's #1 genius, Huang Wenjing, is no match for him. Maybe he's an old monster wearing the skin of a young man. It's possible. While the group of people were discussing Duan Lingtian, they were completely oblivious to what was going on. The ruin they had entered was not left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master. It was left behind by a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master. Moreover, the quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master was an eminent celestial. The group of people entered the ruin left behind by the quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master one after another. From the north, where the human devil holy city was located, another 3 figures streaked across the sky, heading in their direction. These 3 people were a middle-aged man, an old man, and an old woman. While they were on their way, their eyes were filled with extreme hatred. It was as if someone had a grudge against them for killing their father or stealing their wife. Inside the ruin left behind by the quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master. In the time cave. Huang Wenjing saw Duan Lingtian sitting on the stone platform. A moment later, he was shrouded by a layer of gray light and disappeared from her sight. In the next moment, the layer of gray light quickly dissipated. Duan Lingtian and the stone platform reappeared in front of Huang Wenjing. To Huang Wenjing, Duan Lingtian only appeared in a blink of an eye. Ha ha! When Duan Lingtian reappeared in front of Huang Wenjing, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and laughed heartily. He seemed to have lost his composure. The reason Duan Lingtian lost his composure was because he had successfully comprehended the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to its peak. Chapter 2231. 100 years in a single thought. What did that mean? This meant Duan Lingtian had spent 100 years comprehending the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, in the eyes of others, in just a split second. Duan Lingtian had also used the time cave to its fullest potential. If the powerhouse who left the time cave behind knew that someone had spent 100 years in a single thought in the time cave, he would most likely be shocked. While he was inexplicably shocked, he would also be very gratified. This was because the time cave that he left behind was not wasted. If it was the same time cave, other people might only spend a few years or more in a single thought. However, when it came to Duan Lingtian, he had spent 100 years in a single thought. This had exceeded the estimation of the powerhouse who left behind the time cave. After all, according to the message left behind by the powerhouse, he had only said that he could spend a few decades in a single thought in the time cave. Even he had not reached that stage. I wonder, how long did I stay in the time cave with this single thought? Although Duan Lingtian had spent 100 years in a single thought in the time cave after he opened it, he did not have a specific concept of time. However, he did not have a clear concept of time since he was fully immersed in comprehending the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. It was only when he had comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit, and realized there was no room for improvement, that he withdrew his divine ability. As soon as he withdrew his divine ability, he exited the time cave. As for the time cave, it was completely depleted as soon as he exited the time cave. It was as though it had never existed. Duan Lingtian had spent 100 years in the time cave. However, to Huang Wenjing, who was standing nearby, it was just a blink of an eye. For this reason, she did not know how long Duan Lingtian had spent in the time cave. Naturally, the reason Duan Lingtian had spent 100 years in the time cave was because the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had comprehended was not an ordinary divine ability. If it was to comprehend other divine abilities, he wouldn't have been able to stay in there for over 100 years. The elementary devouring tactic was a powerful divine ability even in the Devata realms. It was not something the divine abilities in the mundane realms could compare to. In fact, it was even more powerful than the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, that Duan Lingtian had mastered. Even with Duan Lingtian's comprehension, it took him 100 years to comprehend the divine power, the elementary devouring tactic, to the extreme. From this, it could be seen that, just how difficult was it to comprehend this divine ability to the extreme. Now that I've raised my divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to its maximum level, I wonder how much my son's saint origin will be raised if I absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy around me with this elementary devouring tactic. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again, like the bright stars in the night sky, shining and dazzling. Currently, his cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint's celestial stage. Before entering the time cave, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint origin was slightly stronger than ordinary powerhouses at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, since he did not use the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, although his Sun Saint origin was stronger than an ordinary powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was still slightly weaker than a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. With this as a foundation, he could cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and raise his Sun Saint origin to its limit. It was comparable to a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, he was almost invincible among powerhouses at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now that Duan Lingtian had come out of the time cave, he had comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit. This meant that, after he cast the elementary devouring tactic, the limit of his Sun Saint origin was no longer limited to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, his Sun Saint origin could be compared to a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage, or even the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian was excited when he thought of this. His eyes shone brightly. Elementary devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared in the air with Duan Lingtian in the center. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, it sucked in all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint origin also improved tremendously. My Sun Saint origin. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that his Sun Saint origin had broken through his Sun Saint origin. The Sun Saint origin in Duan Lingtian's body had broken through its previous limit, and was now comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. At this moment, his Sun Saint origin had not reached its limit. There was still a lot of room for improvement. However, since the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings had been sucked dry by Duan Lingtian, there was only a narrow passage left for him to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. For this reason, it would be difficult for him to improve his Sun Saint origin. In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to give up on using the elementary devouring tactic to improve his Sun Saint origin. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is limited. I'll try again after I leave this place. I wonder how much my Sun Saint origin will improve with the elementary devouring tactic that I've comprehended to its limit. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he took a deep breath to suppress his excitement. His eyes shone with excitement. Since I've comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit, I'll be able to improve the grade of other people's innate spiritual roots. In other words, as long as I have enough innate spiritual roots, I'll be able to mass-produce peerless geniuses with violet innate spiritual roots. What would it mean to mass-produce peerless geniuses with violet innate spiritual roots? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about it. It took him a long time to calm down. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He noticed someone was staring at him. Based on the aura, it seemed like that person had been staring at him for a long time. How long did you stay in the time cave? The owner of the gaze was none other than Huang Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan and the strongest person among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace. In her eyes, Duan Lingtian had only appeared in a blink of an eye. However, she knew Duan Lingtian might have spent several years in the time cave in just a blink of an eye. In fact, he might have spent more than 10 years or even several decades in the time cave. I don't know exactly how long I stayed in there. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Huang Wenjing's question. Then, he added, however, I managed to comprehend one of the divine abilities in the time cave. Based on the difficulty of comprehending that divine ability, it would have taken me at least a few decades to comprehend it. Therefore, I should have stayed in the time cave for a few decades. Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate when he reached the end of his sentence. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was obvious he had underestimated the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. A few decades? It seems like you've made full use of the time cave. Huang Wenjing nodded. Then, as though she had recalled something, she said solemnly, There are some things I shouldn't tell you, but since you've saved my life, I have no choice but to tell you. The 3 men you killed outside had an elder from Wandering Saint Palace backing them up. Moreover, all 3 elders from Wandering Saint Palace were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now, there's nothing valuable left here. I suggest you leave as soon as possible, as far as you can. Huang Wenjing's tone became more solemn as she spoke. Thank you. Although Duan Lingtian no longer had to fear powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was still touched when he heard Huang Wenjing's words. After all, Huang Wenjing did not know he was not afraid of powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, before I return the favor, I don't plan to leave you. Just when Huang Wenjing thought Duan Lingtian would listen to her and leave, Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke up. He wanted to return the favor to Huang Wenjing. Duan Lingtian knew very well that Huang Wenjing was here to help. If it were not for Huang Wenjing's help, he would not have been able to enter the time cave and comprehend the elementary devouring tactic in just a blink of an eye. Therefore, he would remember Huang Wenjing's favor and wanted to return it as soon as possible. Favor? Huang Wenjing suddenly recalled Duan Lingtian's words. She shook her head and said, I don't need you to return the favor. You should leave as soon as possible. If you're too late, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Huang Wenjing knew very well how important the 3 elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace were to Duan Lingtian. They would definitely rush over as soon as they discovered the 3 elders had been killed. That was why she was so anxious to persuade Duan Lingtian to leave. There were 2 reasons why she persuaded Duan Lingtian to leave. Firstly, it was because she felt Duan Lingtian had saved her life. Second, she did not know why, but she did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian whom she had just met. Even she did not realize that when she was persuading Duan Lingtian to leave, her tone faintly revealed a sense of anxiety. What if I tell you I have a way to help you improve your innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root? Don't you want me to return the favor? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Wenjing meaningfully. He was unfazed by Huang Wenjing's persuasion and urging. Violet innate spiritual root? Huang Wenjing was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Chapter 2232. What if I tell you I have a way to help you upgrade your innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root? You don't want me to return the favor? Duan Lingtian's words echoed in Huang Wenjing's ears. Every time it echoed in her ears, it made her heart tremble. Improve her innate spiritual root? Wasn't innate spiritual root something that could not be improved? However, this young man in front of her actually said he could help her upgrade her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root. A violet innate spiritual root was the highest grade innate spiritual root. Although her innate spiritual root was not bad, it was only an indigo innate spiritual root. It could not be compared to the violet innate spiritual root at all. You can really improve my innate spiritual root? Huang Wenjing asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Her voice trembled slightly when she spoke again. If an ordinary person had told her that it was possible to improve her innate spiritual root, she would not have believed it. However, the person who said this was Duan Lingtian. Although she did not believe it, she was not 100% certain Duan Lingtian was lying. Most importantly, there was no reason for Duan Lingtian to lie at all. Of course. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to answer Huang Wenjing's question. After replying, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Wenjing and said, Let's go. I'll bring you to look for prey and help you upgrade your innate spiritual root. Look for prey? Huang Wenjing was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seemed like she would have to look for prey to upgrade her innate spiritual root. Whoosh! When Huang Wenjing heard the sound of air being torn apart, she regained her senses. She discovered Duan Lingtian had already entered the passage and was heading out. Immediately, Huang Wenjing followed him. At this moment, Huang Wenjing was filled with questions. She could not figure out how looking for prey had anything to do with improving her innate spiritual root. Then, what does prey refer to? Whoosh! Whoosh! As if two gusts of wind blew past, Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing left the passage that led to the time cave one after another and appeared at the place where the entrances to the 81 passages were located. So many entrances? Where should I go? As soon as he came out, Duan Lingtian heard a burst of noise. It turned out that many people had come in from the outside. However, this group of people who had just entered were the last to arrive, so they did not recognize Duan Lingtian. Someone is coming out! The appearance of Duan Lingtian and Huang Wenjing attracted a lot of attention. For a moment, more and more people's gazes fell on Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Hey! Brother, did you get anything good in there? Why don't you take it out for everyone to see? A middle-aged man with a sturdy and tall figure stepped out in the air and moved towards Duan Lingtian. As he approached Duan Lingtian, he asked in a thunderous voice. His words were laced with a hint of threat. That's right! Take it out for everyone to see! Brother, if you have something good, don't hide it. If you make us unhappy, you might have to stay here for the rest of your life. Although you're being direct, I like it. Ha ha! As the middle-aged man took the lead and walked toward Duan Lingtian, the people present on the scene began to discuss among themselves again. However, their attention was now on Duan Lingtian. Did a person who came out of one of the 81 passages obtain something good? They were curious about this as well. When the middle-aged man was not far away from Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits, the middle-aged man suddenly shouted, Duan Lingtian! Scram! It was none other than Huang Wenjing who had followed behind Duan Lingtian said in a cold voice. Right now, Huang Wenjing had already regained her ice beauty appearance. She was dressed in snow-white clothes, and her devastatingly beautiful face seemed to be covered with a layer of extremely cold frost. She exuded a cold aura that made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. The middle-aged man who was flying toward Duan Lingtian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He only felt a gust of cold air blowing in his face, causing him to instantly stop moving. It was as though he would be frozen into an ice sculpture if he continued to charge forward. The middle-aged man looked at Huang Wenjing with a hint of dread on his face. This woman, with just a cold shout and the aura emanating from her body, gave him so much pressure. Who exactly was she? At the same time, the people present on the scene shifted their attention to Huang Wenjing. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian had attracted their attention. However, when they heard Huang Wenjing's words, they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. She looks familiar. I think she looks familiar as well. Many people felt that Huang Wenjing looked familiar, but they couldn't recall who she was. At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke. These people. They don't seem to be from the Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian's words were directed at Huang Wenjing. Earlier, he had extended his divine consciousness and confirmed that these people were from the Wandering Saint Palace. The group of people in front of him were half-devil and half-human half-devils. They were not pure humans. Yes. Although Huang Wenjing did not know why Duan Lingtian asked this question, she still responded immediately. The coldness on her face melted, causing the people present on the scene to be confused. Who was this purple-clad young man? How could this cold beauty treat him in such a manner? I remember now. She's Huang Wenjing. Suddenly, someone cried out. Everyone's attention was drawn to Huang Wenjing again. Huang Wenjing? She's Huang Wenjing? The most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan and the strongest person among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace? It's her. I remember now. No wonder she looks familiar. I think I've seen her somewhere before. Rumor has it that Huang Wenjing is cold to everyone, right? Why does it feel like she's different when she's with this purple-clad young man? Could it be that this purple-clad young man is someone she likes? That's possible. If news of this spreads out, I'm afraid this brat will become the public enemy of all men in the Human Devil clan. As the crowd discussed among themselves, the male Human Devils looked at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy in their eyes. The most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan! She was the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan! Such a delicate and beautiful flower had been plucked away just like that. How could they not be envious and jealous? If it was before, Huang Wenjing would have flown into a rage when she heard people talking about her in such a manner. However, today, she did not fly into a rage. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian guiltily. It was as though she did not care about the gossip, she was more concerned about Duan Lingtian's reaction after hearing it. Unfortunately, she was destined to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian remained nonchalant when faced with the gossip of the human devils. It was as though he did not hear them at all. For some reason, Huang Wenjing felt slightly disappointed when she saw Duan Lingtian's calmness. Since he's not from the Wandering Saint Palace, there's no need for me to care about your reputation, Duan Lingtian said indifferently to Huang Wenjing. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a powerful devouring energy surged out of his body. A turbulent vortex appeared out of nowhere in the void and merged with his body. It continuously devoured the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth. In an instant, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was swept clean. Elementary devouring tactic. At this moment, Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to strengthen the Sun Saint energy in his body. Compared to the end of the passageway where the time cave was located, the heaven and earth spirit qi here was much more abundant. As Duan Lingtian devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in this area, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body was raised to a level comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the saint's celestial stage. However, Duan Lingtian encountered a problem when he was about to raise his Sun Saint energy. The heaven and earth spirit energy in this area was not enough to raise his Sun Saint origin to the level comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint's celestial stage. Naturally, there was still room for improvement. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in this area was limited, so he could not take the final step. There's still a long way to go before my Sun Saint origin can be raised to the level comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint's celestial stage. However, I've already devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in this area. It seems like I'll have to go to a place where there's no restriction if I want to cast the elementary devouring tactic, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he stopped devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. The heaven and earth spirit energy in this area came from the outside. Due to the small size of the entrance, the speed of the heaven and earth spirit energy entering was very slow. Even if he devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy that entered, it would not raise his heaven and earth spirit energy in a short period of time. For this reason, he decided to stop devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy. Initially, I wanted to see how much my Sun Saint origin can be raised to. However, it seems like I'll have to wait until I get out of here. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to test the limit of his Sun Saint origin, he would not have cast the elementary devouring tactic even if he wanted to attack the group of human devils. This was because the group of human devils in front of him was not enough for him to cast the elementary devouring tactic. The strongest among these human devils was only at the 5th form of the saint's celestial stage. What are you trying to do? The middle-aged man who was standing closest to Duan Lingtian asked coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Chapter 2233. Noisy! As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly shouted. When he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian didn't do anything. Boom! 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 Along with a series of thunderous explosions, a vast and invisible force swept out from Duan Lingtian's body. It was like a stormy sea, aggressive, as if it contained the power to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. And the target of this power was the middle-aged man who was shouting in front of Duan Lingtian. The formless energy was so fast that the middle-aged man didn't even have time to react. By the time he reacted, an invisible force had already engulfed him. In an instant, the middle-aged man was like a lone boat in the middle of the ocean. He was drowned by the rolling waves and completely disappeared. The entire process was silent. Whoosh! 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 Almost as soon as the middle-aged man disappeared into thin air before everyone's eyes, gusts of violent wind suddenly blew, causing the robes of the people present to flutter. Some people with weaker cultivations were even pushed back by the strong winds. These gusts of wind were caused by the invisible power of the middle-aged man that had exuded from Duan Lingtian's body. The moment the formless power appeared, the middle-aged man was crushed to death without leaving a single trace behind. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. From this, it could be seen how terrifying that power was. Relax your body and don't resist. I'll help you improve the grade of your innate spiritual root now. Just as Huang Wenjing was in a daze from seeing Duan Lingtian kill the middle-aged man with a single thought, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in her ears again, reminding her of something. According to Duan Lingtian's words, he was going to help her improve the grade of her innate spiritual root. Huang Wenjing had just finished thinking. A strand of consciousness had already enveloped her body and entered her body, heading straight for her soul. Thinking of Duan Lingtian's reminder, Huang Wenjing did not stop this divine sense. This divine sense belonged to Duan Lingtian. After confirming the location of Huang Wenjing's innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian immediately cast the elementary devouring tactic to devour the middle-aged man's innate spiritual root and merged it with Huang Wenjing's innate spiritual root. In just a blink of an eye, Huang Wenjing's innate spiritual root turned dark blue. That's all? After discovering that the divine sense had retreated, Huang Wenjing subconsciously absorbed the heaven and earth spirit chi in the surroundings that had recovered with great difficulty. However, she discovered that the speed at which she absorbed the heaven and earth spirit chi was indeed a little faster than before. Although there was an improvement, it was not an exaggeration. Didn't you said I can't? For a moment, Huang Wenjing was puzzled. Could it be that Duan Lingtian was lying? He had no way to help her transform her innate spiritual root into a violet innate spiritual root. He's gone? He was killed in the blink of an eye. I think so. At that time, I felt an extremely powerful aura surge out of that purple-clad young man. In the next moment, that person disappeared into thin air. Even Huang Wenjing might not be able to do such a thing, right? In other words, this purple-clad young man is even stronger than Huang Wenjing? When the group of human devils regained their senses, they were in an uproar. Once again, they looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes full of fear. No wonder he was favored by the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan, Huang Wenjing. It turned out that this purple-clothed youth's strength was so formidable. I've said that I'll help you improve your innate spiritual root to violet, so I'll definitely help you. Be patient. Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed Huang Wenjing's gloominess, and promptly transmitted his voice to her. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Huang Wenjing's reply before he flew out again. Whoosh! 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 Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian disappeared from his original spot, the sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air. This, Huang Wenjing, who had just regained her senses, could see the figure stirring up bursts of swift wind. After seeing the figure's movements clearly, her pupils could not help but shrink, and a look of horror appeared on her face. Within Huang Wenjing's line of sight, Duan Lingtian was moving rapidly. Duan Lingtian weaved through the human devils at a ghostly speed. Wherever he passed, he would kill one human devil after another. Whoosh! After a few breaths, Duan Lingtian came to a halt. At the same time, all of the human devils present on the scene were killed by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression was cold and emotionless. Apart from those from the Wandering Saint Palace who had pure human blood, the hands of the human devils in the human devil clan were stained with the blood of the Debussy subterranean humans. Duan Lingtian did not feel guilty for killing them. Don't resist! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice transmission rang in Huang Wenjing's ears again. She was still in a daze after witnessing Duan Lingtian killing the group of human devils. Then, she discovered the divine consciousness that had entered her body earlier had returned. The situation was the same as before. Let's give it a try. Duan Lingtian reminded Huang Wenjing after he withdrew his divine consciousness. This time, He had used the innate spiritual roots of the human devils he had just killed to nourish Huang Wenjing's innate spiritual root. He had also successfully upgraded Huang Wenjing's innate spiritual root to a dark blue one. The upgrade from a normal blue innate spiritual root to a dark blue innate spiritual root was not just a little bit. Huang Wenjing's eyes widened in shock and disbelief when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She had lost her composure because she discovered the speed at which she absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy was 2 to 3 times faster than before. Your innate spiritual root has already transformed into a dark blue color. It's not far from transforming into a purple color, Duan Lingtian said to Huang Wenjing as he looked at her. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his figure flashed as he entered one of the 81 passages in front of him. This passage was not the one he had entered. It was a passage he had randomly chosen. Follow me! When Duan Lingtian made his move, he reminded Huang Wenjing about it. Huang Wenjing quickly followed after Duan Lingtian. Huang Wenjing was still in a daze as she followed behind Duan Lingtian. In just a few moments, her innate spiritual root had been upgraded to a dark indigo innate spiritual root. At this moment, she felt like she was dreaming. My innate spiritual root improved a little after he killed the middle-aged man. Then, he killed a group of human devils and greatly improved my innate spiritual root. Huang Wenjing thought to herself. After a while, after calming down a little, Huang Wenjing also realized the improvement of her innate spiritual root must have something to do with the deaths of the human devils. No wonder he said he was prey. As it turns out, those human devils are his prey. He also needs these prey to help me improve my innate spiritual root. At this moment, Huang Wenjing's questions were answered. Following that, Duan Lingtian led Huang Wenjing through the passages and devoured the innate spiritual roots of the human devils who possessed the devil clan's bloodline. If there were people from the Wandering Saint Palace present, Duan Lingtian did not kill the human devils who possessed the devil clan's bloodline. He only devoured their innate spiritual roots to help Huang Wenjing improve her innate spiritual root. He did this because he did not want to become the enemy of the entire human devil clan at this moment. If this matter was exposed, he would definitely become the target of everyone in the human devil clan. For this reason, he tried his best to keep a low profile so no one other than himself and Huang Wenjing would know about his massacre of the human devils. Done! After walking through dozens of passages, Duan Lingtian finally helped Huang Wenjing improve her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root, making her a peerless genius. Done? Huang Wenjing was excited when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. She tried to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in her body. When she discovered her cultivation speed, she was overjoyed. I've repaid the favor I owe you. I hope you won't tell anyone about what happened today. Duan Lingtian stared at Huang Wenjing intently as he spoke. His tone was a little more serious than before. To be safe, Duan Lingtian continued to threaten her. Otherwise, I can help you improve your innate spiritual root and take your innate spiritual root away. Take her innate spiritual root away. Huang Wenjing's heart trembled when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. If someone had told her before today that he could take someone's innate spiritual root away, she would not have believed it even if she was beaten to death. However, after witnessing how Duan Lingtian had taken people's innate spiritual roots away, she no longer doubted his words. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened today, Huang Wenjing promised Duan Lingtian solemnly. After receiving Huang Wenjing's promise, Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. Then, he entered another passage that he had not been to before and continued to devour the human devil's innate spiritual roots. Naturally, from now on, he had to improve his innate spiritual root. Meanwhile, Huang Wenjing had already repaid the favor. He had helped Huang Wenjing improve her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root. Although it was only a light violet innate spiritual root, it was still a violet innate spiritual root. What a mysterious person! Huang Wenjing thought to herself. After Duan Lingtian left, Huang Wenjing wanted to follow him. However, she decided against it in the end. Chapter 2234. Compared to ordinary devil clans and human devils with ordinary devil clans bloodline, the devil cultivators with pure human bloodlines in the Wandering Saint Palace did not rely on absorbing other people's vital essence and blood to cultivate. Apart from absorbing other people's vital essence and blood to cultivate, they could also cultivate by absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy like humans in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Currently, Huang Wenjing's innate spiritual root had transformed into a violet innate spiritual root. For this reason, she wanted to return to the Wandering Saint Palace and cultivate with her violet innate spiritual root. I wonder when I'll be able to see him again. Huang Wenjing could not help but sigh softly as she was leaving. She had many suitors in her life, but this was the first time a man had entered her heart. If it were not for her modesty, she would have continued following him. I think his name is Duan Lingtian. Huang Wenjing muttered to herself. She could still remember the words Duan Lingtian had said to her. Duan Lingtian killed someone. What does it have to do with other people? If you're capable, you can capture me and bring me back to the Wandering Saint Palace to be punished. At that time, Duan Lingtian's words had infuriated her. However, now that she thought about it, her eyes curved into crescents. The frosty expression on her face was no longer there, and it was replaced by a rosy glow. Huang Wenjing's expression had returned to normal when she arrived outside the stone forest. Miss Wenjing! As soon as Huang Wenjing stepped out of the stone forest, 3 voices called out to her in unison. Huang Wenjing didn't seem surprised at all when she heard the 3 voices in unison. She calmly looked at the 3 people standing in the void not far away and greeted them in a flat tone. Elder He, Elder Lin, and Elder Chiu. The 3 people in front of Huang Wenjing were the seniors of the 3 disciples who were killed by Duan Lingtian. They were all elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace. The 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace did not dare to show any displeasure when they saw Huang Wenjing's casual attitude. What a joke! The young man before them was not only the strongest person among the younger generation in Wandering Saint Palace, but he was also the last disciple of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. In the Wandering Saint Palace, the Palace Master was the most powerful person. She was the last disciple that the Palace Master doted on the most. Even if they saw her, they wouldn't dare to slight her, let alone show any dissatisfaction in front of her. 3 elders, are you here for that purple-clothed young man called Duan Lingtian? Huang Wenjing asked. Yes. The 3 elders nodded in response to Huang Wenjing's question. As they nodded, waves of hatred and fury rose in their eyes. It was as if they could incinerate everything. He has already left, Huang Wenjing said. Left? The 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace were stunned when they heard Huang Wenjing's words. Previously, they had also entered the ruin that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master. However, when they discovered there were 81 passages leading to different places, they did not enter. Instead, they chose to wait outside. They were also worried that they would miss the opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian if they chose to enter one of the passages. The 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace had been here for some time. They had also learned about what had happened from the people who had witnessed their sons and grandsons being killed. They knew the person who killed their sons and grandsons was Duan Lingtian. They also knew Duan Lingtian was stronger than Miss Wenjing. Yes. Huang Wenjing nodded. I followed him in. However, when he entered and discovered there were 81 passages, he chose not to enter any of them. Instead, he chose to leave. I think he probably left first because he was worried that the 3 elders would find trouble with him. Huang Wenjing's face did not turn red when she spoke. It was as though she was telling the truth. She lied because she did not want Duan Lingtian to bump into the 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace when he came out. Although Duan Lingtian was stronger than her, she did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to deal with the 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace. He has already left? The 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace grew anxious when they heard Duan Lingtian had already left. Miss Wenjing, which way did he go? The middle-aged man who was the father of He Xinjie, the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace who was killed by Duan Lingtian, asked anxiously. Although the old man and the old woman did not say anything, based on the way they looked at Huang Wenjing, it was obvious they wanted to know where Duan Lingtian had gone as well. I don't know where exactly he went. After all, I didn't follow him out when he left. Moreover, with the speed at which he left, even though there were many people outside, I'm afraid that not many people would be able to catch sight of him. Huang Wenjing replied. As she spoke, she threw a smoke screen at the three elders from the Wandering Saint Palace. Elders, I'll take my leave first. Huang Wenjing bade farewell to the three elders from the Wandering Saint Palace before she headed north in the direction of the Human Devil Saint City. The Wandering Saint Palace's estate was located in the Human Devil Saint City. This is all I can do for you. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. A purple figure appeared in Huang Wenjing's mind as she made her way back. She could not help but sigh. The three elders from the Wandering Saint Palace did not expect Duan Lingtian to be the disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace. They did not expect Duan Lingtian, the last disciple of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, who had been injured by Duan Lingtian, would lie to them and protect Duan Lingtian. The three elders stayed for a while longer before they left as well. Initially, they had planned to wait for Duan Lingtian to return. However, now that they were certain Duan Lingtian was gone, it was pointless for them to continue waiting. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening outside. Currently, he was shuttling through various tunnels that he had never been to before. Whenever he encountered a human devil with the devil clan's bloodline, he would kill them one by one and devour their innate spiritual roots to improve his own innate spiritual root. During this process, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root continued to improve. His innate spiritual root, which was originally light violet, turned darker and darker as well. Based on this, it would not take long for his innate spiritual root to improve to the next grade. While killing the human devils, Duan Lingtian had also obtained many thousand inscription saint weapons. He kept all of them in his spatial ring. 1,000-pattern saint weapons, which used to be extremely rare, were now like trash on the streets. No one wanted them. I can give these 1,000 inscription saint weapons to father, mother, and little Fei when I reunite with them in the future. Duan Lingtian had collected so many 1,000 inscription saint weapons because he wanted to give them to his family and friends in the future. These 1,000 inscription saint weapons were useless to him. But to his family, to his friends and family, they were undoubtedly rare treasures. Let's continue. After clearing another passage, Duan Lingtian entered another passage. His journey was smooth and unobstructed. What are you trying to do? Didn't we agree that we'll work together to break the formation and each of us will get a share of the treasures? Are you trying to burn the bridge after crossing the river? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of the passageway, a voice rang in his ears before he could exit the passageway. The voice sounded familiar to Duan Lingtian. It's him. Duan Lingtian recalled where he had heard this voice before. Huang Qiling. It was the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace whom he had met before entering the ruin. At that time, Huang Qiling had stepped forward to protect him when he was being targeted by the three disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. At that time, he felt Huang Qiling was a good person who was worth befriending. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he heard Huang Qiling's angry voice. After exiting the passage, Duan Lingtian saw Huang Qiling was surrounded by a few human devils. His life was in danger. Burning the bridge after crossing the river? Well said! We're burning the bridge after crossing the river. What can you do, Huang Qiling? One of the human devils said smugly. If you dare to kill me, the Wandering Saint Palace won't let you go. Huang Qiling said in a deep voice. Wandering Saint Palace? If you're not from the Wandering Saint Palace and a variant, we might not have joined forces to deal with you. You can only blame yourself for being born into a bad family. How can a bunch of variants without devil bloodline from the Wandering Saint Palace be called devils? What a joke! After the human devils finished speaking, they also moved out. Demonic chi soared into the sky as they charged towards Huang Qiling. Huang Qiling's expression changed drastically. However, he did not just sit there and wait for his death. Unfortunately, although he was strong, it was difficult for him to fight against a few human devils. In just a blink of an eye, he was at a disadvantage. Am I, Huang Qiling, going to die here today? Huang Qiling was filled with resentment. Just as Huang Qiling was about to be killed by the human devils, a cold voice rang out. Humph! A cold snort rang in the air, shocking Huang Qiling and the few human devils. Swoosh! Just as the hearts of Huang Qiling and the rest were greatly shaken, a short-lived sword whistle reverberated in their ears. In the next moment, Huang Qiling was shocked again. The few human devils charging toward him had blood spurting out of their foreheads before they stopped breathing. Elementary devouring tactic! After devouring the innate spiritual roots of the few human devils, Duan Lingtian did not intend to show himself. He turned around and entered the tunnel before he left. As for the human devil's belongings, he left them for Huang Qiling. Brother Lingtian? Chapter 2235. Killing a person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Leaving in a huff, concealing both merit and reputation. This was a poem written by a famous poet from Duan Lingtian's hometown, Li Bai. Not only was Li Bai known as the immortal poet, but he was also an outstanding swordsman. With his sword, he traveled the world in a carefree manner. Li Bai's poem was slightly modified to suit Duan Lingtian's actions when he rescued Huang Qiling, killing several people with just a thought. The sound of the sword can be heard. Leaving in a huff, concealing both merit and reputation. After leaving the passage where Huang Qiling was, Duan Lingtian continued to sweep through the remaining passages. After a period of time, new human demons were added to the various passages. After sweeping through the remaining passages, Duan Lingtian began his second round of sweeping. Naturally, the second round of sweeping did not last long. It's time for me to leave. After Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had transformed from a light purple to a normal purple, he decided to leave as well. He knew very well that Duan Lingtian had already left. Most of the human devils who had died in his hands were elite disciples from various forces in the human devil clan. He had devoured many blue and indigo innate spiritual roots. Those who possessed blue and indigo innate spiritual roots were the cream of the crop in the human devil clan. If he continued to stay here, there was a high chance he would not be able to leave. Although he was very confident in his current strength, he wasn't confident enough to think that he could go against the entire human devil clan. Although everything was calm now, Duan Lingtian knew very well that this was not the end. This was just the calm before the storm. It would not be long before the entire human devil clan would be in an uproar because of the human devils he had killed. They're not here? When Duan Lingtian reappeared in the stone forest, he looked around. However, he did not see anyone targeting him. Initially, he thought the 3 elders of the Wandering Saint Palace who he had killed earlier would be waiting for him to come out. However, he did not even encounter a single person who was targeting him. Regarding this, he could not help but feel puzzled. If he was the senior of any of the 3 Wandering Saint Palace's disciples, he would definitely be waiting for them to show up. Could it be that Huang Wenjing intervened? Duan Lingtian was not a fool. He easily guessed this, and the more he guessed, the more certain he became. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought if the 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace really came, he could use them to test the power of the elementary devouring tactic that he had comprehended to its peak. Who would have thought that Huang Wenjing would ruin it halfway through? Although I don't fear them with my current strength, I still owe you a favor, Duan Lingtian murmured. His words were clearly directed at Huang Wenjing. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something and abruptly looked towards the north. That was where the human devil saint city was located. Someone's finally here? As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, his body swayed and he seemed to have vanished into thin air. Not long after Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn apart rang in the air as several figures flew over from the human devil saint city. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived in the sky above the stone forest. These people were divided into 2 groups that arrived one after another. The first group of people was led by a tall and sturdy young man. The few people behind him were also burly men with strong backs and waists. They emitted a murderous aura and an invisible oppressive aura. The young man leading the group was wearing a blue robe. Although the blue robe was spacious, it seemed to have become a tight fit on his body, revealing the outline of the muscles all over his body. At this moment, his face that was as firm as steel was incomparably gloomy. It was so gloomy that it seemed as if water would drip from it. The second group of people was led by a skinny old man. There were 3 middle-aged men, 1 young man, and a beautiful woman behind the old man. At this moment, their expressions were extremely unsightly. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the old man's eyes were glowing. The old man's eyes widened as if they were about to spit fire. The 2 groups of people hovered in the air above the stone forest. In the beginning, no one spoke or communicated through voice transmission. After a dozen breaths, the beautiful woman behind the old man looked at the group of burly men in the distance. Her gaze landed on one of them. She knew this person and was very familiar with him. Jiangjin, you're... Because the atmosphere was silent and oppressive, the beautiful woman didn't dare to speak. Instead, she communicated with the burly man that she had locked her gaze on. This burly man was one of the people behind the blue-robed man. His name was Jiangjin. Did someone from the Great Spirit Palace die here? The beautiful woman asked through voice transmission before Jiangjin could reply. She recognized the leader of the group of burly men. He was a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Great Spirit Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. Xingyuan Ba. This person was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan. Yes. Jiangjin and the beautiful woman were obviously very familiar with each other. Facing the beautiful woman's voice transmission, he promptly responded to her. Lord Xingyuan Ba personally made a move. Who died? After receiving confirmation, the beautiful woman could not help but secretly gasp. While her heart was filled with curiosity, she continued to ask through voice transmission. It's Lord Xingyuan Ba's only son. Jiangjin smiled wryly through voice transmission. The beautiful woman's eyes widened when she heard Jiangjin's words. Xingyuan Ba's only son had died? She knew about the only son of Xingyuan Ba, the second strongest person in the Great Spirit Palace. Although he was considered one of the best among the younger generation in the Great Spirit Palace, his innate talent was not bad. He was even accepted as a direct disciple by the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. Naturally, Xingyuan Ba's only son was accepted as a direct disciple by the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace mainly because of Xingyuan Ba. If it were not for Xingyuan Ba, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace would not have taken a fancy to Xingyuan Ba's only son. This was not a secret in the Human Devil clan. No wonder Xingyuan Ba didn't take the initiative to greet Vice Hall Master Gongsun until now. As it turns out, his only son has died. The beautiful woman thought to herself. Lei Luo, what happened to all of you? Jiangjin glanced at the group of people on the beautiful woman's side. Then, he couldn't help but ask the beautiful woman through voice transmission. Did something happen to your Azure Sheen court as well? Based on how Jiangjin addressed the beautiful woman, one could tell she was Lei Luo. Based on Jiangjin's words, it was obvious Lei Luo was from the Azure Sheen Hall as well. The Azure Sheen Hall was one of the 6 halls in the Human Devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls. The Human Devil clan consisted of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. The 3 palaces referred to the Wandering Saint Palace, the Great Spirit Palace, and the Crimson Blaze Palace. The 6 halls referred to the other 6 forces, including the Azure Sheen Hall. Yes. Lei Luo nodded in response to Jiangjin's question. Did someone die as well? Jiangjin's expression turned grave when he heard Lei Luo's words. 2 of Vice Hall Master Gongsun's direct disciples and the direct disciples of a few elders from the Azure Sheen Hall who came with me have died. They came here today to search for the ruin that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master. Lei Luo said. We came here as soon as we discovered their soul pearls had shattered. The Vice Hall Master Gongsun whom Lei Luo mentioned was the skinny old man who led the group. The old man's name was Gongsun Jin. He was one of the 3 Vice Hall Masters of the Azure Sheen Hall. Due to his strength, he was widely acknowledged as the leader of the 3 Vice Hall Masters of the Azure Sheen Hall. In the Azure Sheen Hall, his strength was second only to the Hall Master. One could say that the leaders of the Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Sheen Hall were the second in command of their respective forces. Swoosh! 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 A few moments later, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air again, attracting the attention of the people from the Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Sheen Hall. It was a group of people from the Human Devil Holy City that was hurtling toward them at high speed. This group of people was dressed in fiery red robes. When they moved, their robes swelled. From afar, they looked like balls of fire burning fiercely. "They're from the Crimson Blaze Palace!" Soon after, Jiangjun from the Great Spirit Palace and Lei Luo from the Azure Sheen Hall recognized the group of people who had just arrived. The Crimson Blaze Palace was one of the strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls. The leader of the group of people from the Crimson Blaze Palace was a middle-aged man dressed in a fiery red robe. The middle-aged man was tall. Although he was not as muscular as the people from the Great Spirit Palace, he had a unique aura about him. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression was grave. However, when he saw the people from the Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Sheen Hall, his expression softened slightly. He took the initiative to greet the leaders of the Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Sheen Hall. "Vice Palace Master Xing, Vice Hall Master Gongsun, Vice Palace Master Wu." When the middle-aged man leading the group from Crimson Blaze Palace took the initiative to greet Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, and Gongsun Jin, the Vice Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall, the expressions of Xing Yuanba and Gongsun Jin eased up a little. The middle-aged man from the Crimson Blaze Palace was one of the 4 Vice Palace Masters of the Crimson Blaze Palace. His name was Wu Tianjin. "Both of you don't look too good. Could it be that someone from your side also died here?" Chapter 2236. As soon as Wu Tianjin, the Vice Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace, finished speaking, whether it was Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, or Gongsun Jin, the Vice Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall, their eyes shone brightly as they looked at Wu Tianjin. "Vice Palace Master Wu, based on what you said, did someone from the Crimson Blaze Palace die here as well?" Gongsun Jin asked solemnly. Although Xing Yuanba did not make a sound, his gaze was locked onto Wu Tianjin in an instant. A hint of doubt that was difficult to detect surfaced on his face that was as firm as iron. It was obvious he wanted to ask Wu Tianjin the same question. "Yes." Wu Tianjin nodded when he heard Gongsun Jin's question. His eyes shone coldly as he said, "My godson and the direct disciples of the elders from Crimson Blaze Palace had their soul pearls shattered. And before that, they came here together." Xing Yuanba and Gongsun Jin's expressions darkened immediately when they heard Wu Tianjin's words. Gongsun Jin said in a deep voice, "2 of my direct disciples and the direct disciples of a few elders from my Azure Sheen Hall also came here together, and died in the end. Now it seems like it's not just the people from my Azure Sheen Hall who died. My son died in there as well." Xing Yuanba's voice sounded at the right time. His tone was depressed and low. "Even if there are many killing formations in this ruin that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master, it shouldn't have killed so many people. Moreover, there are many powerhouses at the 6th and 7th form of the saint celestial stage among them," Wu Tianjin said with a grave expression as he looked at the entrance to the ruin that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master. "There's only one celestial grade saint inscription master in the Saint Province realm. It's said that the celestial grade saint inscription master's cultivation base was not even at the 7th form of the saint celestial stage. It's impossible for a ruin like that to be left behind by such a person to be so dangerous," Gongsun Jin said. They had heard about the ruin that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master, but they did not come here personally. The reason why they didn't come in person was because, firstly, they did not think it was possible for the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master to leave behind a 10,000 inscription Saint weapon, which was a Super Saint weapon. Secondly, the forces they belonged to had already sent out the best of the younger generation. In their opinion, it was more than enough to deal with the ruin left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master. Third, they didn't think that there was anything in the ruins left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master that would attract them. Therefore, they couldn't be bothered to come over personally. Whoosh! 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 Very quickly, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. The people who came this time were a few sturdy middle-aged men. Their tower-like bodies were comparable to the people from Great Spirit Palace led by Xing Yuanbao. Lord Yuanbao! Vice Palace Master! When the middle-aged men arrived above the stone forest, they all bowed respectfully to Xing Yuanbao. Why are you here? Xing Yuanbao frowned and asked. These middle-aged men were the elders of his Great Spirit Palace. Now that they had arrived with ugly expressions, an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Vice Palace Master, my son is dead! When his soul pearl shattered, he should be in the ruin left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master. One of the middle-aged men tried his best to suppress his emotions as he spoke to Xing Yuanbao. My direct disciple is also dead in there. My nephew is dead as well. The other middle-aged men replied to Xing Yuanbao. Their expressions were extremely unsightly when they replied to Xing Yuanbao. When Xing Yuanbao heard the words of the Great Spirit Palace's elders, his face turned gloomy and his eyes turned cold. Whoosh! 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 Another sound of air being torn apart rang in the air, attracting the attention of the people in the sky above the stone forest. Following that, the people from the other 5 halls of the Human Devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls, arrived as well. The leader of the group of people from the 5 academies spoke and told the people present one thing. Many young powerhouses from the 5 halls had died in the ruin left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master. This was the reason why they had rushed here. Soon after, more and more people arrived. These people were also from various sects in the Human Devil clan. However, their sects were not as powerful as the 3 palaces and 6 halls, so they did not have much of a presence in the Human Devil clan. Is this really the ruin left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master? I don't think so. Logically speaking, the ruin left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master shouldn't be too dangerous. Lei Luo, the beautiful woman from the Azure Sheen Hall, said with a frown on her face. I don't think so as well. If this is really the ruin left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master, then there's only one possibility. A powerhouse has killed the young powerhouses from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Elder Jiangjin from the Great Spirit Palace spoke in a deep voice as he voiced his guess. Many people's eyes flashed coldly when they heard this. If a powerhouse had killed the young powerhouses from their sects, they would not let this matter rest. The 3 palaces and 6 halls. Why aren't the people from the Wandering Saint Palace here? Don't tell me they didn't die here? Someone exclaimed in a low voice. Immediately, the group of people also came back to their senses and looked left and right. That was right. Why weren't the people from the Wandering Saint Palace here? The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were here. Only the people from the Wandering Saint Palace were not here. Just as everyone was feeling a little puzzled about this. Swoosh! At this moment, the sound of wind whistling rang from the entrance of the ruin left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. At this moment, a young man was flying out of the ruin. As soon as the young man appeared, he felt the piercing gazes from above. He was so frightened that his body trembled. He raised his head with difficulty to look at the owners of the gazes. When he saw who it was, he was shocked again. Xing Yuanbao, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, Wu Tianjin, the Vice Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace, Gong Sun Jin, the Vice Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall, and the Vajra Hall. High up in the sky, a few people at the head of the group entered the young man's eyes, scaring him to the point that his heart skipped a beat. Heavens! Why would these people appear here? Huang Qiling! He's Huang Qiling from the Wandering Saint Palace. It was obvious that he had recognized the young man who had just exited the ruin that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master. Huang Qiling! The son of Vice Palace Master Huang from the Wandering Saint Palace? He's one of the elites among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace? That's him. He's only at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he's still alive. How did he come out unscathed? Soon after, more and more people recognized the young man. The young man who had just come out was none other than Huang Qiling, a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace. Previously, after being rescued by Duan Lingtian, Huang Qiling did not see Duan Lingtian even after waiting for a long time. He knew Duan Lingtian did not want to show himself. Due to this reason, after he looted the loot from the people Duan Lingtian had killed, he left as well. Due to Duan Lingtian's help, he had gained a lot. Later on, he entered a few more passages, but he did not gain anything. At this time, he was planning to leave as well. However, he did not expect to encounter such a huge group of people as soon as he came out. Apart from the people from the Wandering Saint Palace, all the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were gathered here. Most of them were led by Vice Palace Masters and Vice Hall Masters. What's going on? Huang Qiling was puzzled. Huang Qiling, however, never would he have thought that Song Yunxian would be like that. The reason all the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were gathered here was because of Duan Lingtian. Apart from the group of devil cultivators from the Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Lingtian had killed all the human devils he encountered in the ruin left behind by the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master. Moreover, he had even plundered their innate spiritual roots. During this process, not only did Duan Lingtian help Huang Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan and the strongest person among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace, to raise her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root. Apart from that, he had also raised his innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root. Now, as long as my innate spiritual root improves, it'll be able to transform into a dark violet innate spiritual root like Ker's. On his way back to the human devil saint city, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about how much his innate spiritual root had improved. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. I wonder if a dark violet innate spiritual root is the limit of what an innate spiritual root can improve. If it's not, is there a lower grade of spiritual root? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he thought about this. Once his innate spiritual root had improved to a dark violet color, his cultivation speed would be comparable to when he had the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, to help him cultivate in the Debussy subterranean. Moreover, once his innate spiritual root had improved to a dark violet color, it would be able to improve to a higher grade. In that case, his cultivation speed would surpass the time when he had the help of the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. How could Duan Lingtian not feel excited when he thought about this? Perhaps I can try it after I return. Chapter 2237. The method Duan Lingtian thought of was actually very simple. When he returned, he would find an opportunity to help Kerr improve her innate spiritual root. Kerr's current innate spiritual root was a dark violet. It was considered one of the best innate spiritual roots in the Dao Martial Saint Land. If he discovered that Kerr's innate spiritual root still had room for improvement, while he was trying to improve Kerr's innate spiritual root, that would mean a dark violet innate spiritual root was not the limit of an innate spiritual root. There was still room for improvement in an innate spiritual root. I really want to go back as soon as possible so that I can test Kerr's innate spiritual root and see if it's a dark violet innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian was eager to return to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although Duan Lingtian was eager to return, he did not return to the Human Devil Saint City. When he was close to the Human Devil Saint City, he suddenly turned around and flew in another direction. I should find a place to test my divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. I want to see how much it can improve the Sun's saint origin in my body. Duan Lingtian was filled with curiosity and anticipation when he arrived at a barren mountain on the east side of the human devil's saint city. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air above the barren mountain. He could see nothing but emptiness. He could not see any signs of life. This is the place. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had comprehended to its limit. At this moment, a whirlpool appeared in the air and merged with his body. At the same time, a powerful devouring force swept out from the rapidly reversing vortex. In an instant, it devoured all the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The devoured heaven and earth spirit energy merged with Duan Lingtian's body in just a blink of an eye and became a part of his Sun's saint origin. His Sun's saint origin's strength skyrocketed as well. It's still ongoing. At the same time, the turbulent vortex that overlapped with Duan Lingtian's body continued to rotate and absorb the surrounding world energy, further strengthening the Sun's saint chi in his body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's Sun's saint origin was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the eighth form of the saint's celestial stage. The devouring continued. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian continued to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. The Sun's saint origin in his body improved as well. It was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the saint's celestial stage. It's not easy to raise my Sun's saint origin to a level comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the saint's celestial stage. It has been so long, but I still haven't broken through the bottleneck. After a few breaths, Duan Lingtian discovered that although there was still room for further improvement in his Sun's saint chi, almost all of the surrounding world energy had been devoured. Even if the spirit chi of heaven and earth from further away wanted to come over and become a part of his body, it would still take some time. I don't have to wait for it to come over. I'll go over there myself. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian made his move. He left the area where he had devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy and went to another area. Elementary devouring tactic. At this moment, Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic again. His Sun's saint origin was also rapidly improved. It was fine in the beginning. However, after a few breaths, Duan Lingtian began to feel impatient. Why is it so slow? It's like a bottomless pit. Although Duan Lingtian's Sun's saint origin was still improving, it was still not enough. It was still not comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the saint's celestial stage. However, he was still impatient. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized the difference between the saint origin of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the saint's celestial stage and a powerhouse at the eighth form of the saint's celestial stage was not small. It was like a chasm that was impossible to cross. After about a dozen breaths, Duan Lingtian changed a few more places. I've finally broken through. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered something was amiss. With the help of the elementary devouring tactic, the Sun's saint origin in his body had finally improved to the level of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the saint's celestial stage. At the same time, his Sun's saint origin had reached its limit and could no longer be improved. The power of the elementary devouring tactic that he had comprehended to its limit was now apparent to all. It can improve my Sun's saint origin by 3 levels. Is this the power of the elementary devouring tactic that I've comprehended to its limit? Duan Lingtian's emotions surged. It took him a long time to calm down. At this moment, his chest was constantly expanding and compressing like a bellows. It was enough to see that he was extremely excited right now, as if he was excited to the extreme. Although Duan Lingtian was very confident in the elementary devouring tactic that he had comprehended to its limit, he was mentally prepared that the elementary devouring tactic would be able to improve his Sun's saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the saint's celestial stage. However, when the truth was laid out before his eyes, he could not help but feel excited. Although I can use the elementary devouring tactic to improve my Sun's saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the saint's celestial stage, however, it will take a long time to improve my Sun Saint origin to that level in the WCI subterranean. It'll take me at least 20 breaths. Duan Lingtian's excitement lessened when he thought about this. However, there's nothing I can do about it. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the WCI subterranean isn't comparable to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If I'm in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'll be able to improve my Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just a few breaths. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. Although he had comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit, it could help him improve his Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, due to the limitations of the environment, the process would take a long time. Naturally, if we're in the Human Devil Saint City, I'll be able to raise my Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just 10 breaths with the elementary devouring tactic. The Human Devil Saint City had the best heaven and earth spirit energy in the WCI subterranean. In terms of cultivation environment, it was second to none in the entire WCI subterranean. If he was in the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Lingtian was confident he would be able to improve his Sun Saint origin in a shorter time. If I cast the elementary devouring tactic in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, one of the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'll be able to improve my Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian missed the rich heaven and earth spirit energy in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. No matter what, it's a good thing that I've comprehended the elementary devouring tactic to its limit. Now, even if I'm in the WCI subterranean, I'll be able to improve my Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just a blink of an eye. If I'm given another 20 breaths, I'll be able to improve my Sun Saint origin to its limit. With the help of the elementary devouring tactic, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint origin was comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, if I encounter a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage now, I'll have to be given time to improve my Sun Saint origin to its limit. Otherwise, not to mention defeating him, or even fighting him to a draw, I wouldn't even be able to last one round against him. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. If a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage really wanted to fight him, he would not be given time to prepare. Let alone 20 breaths. His opponent might not even give him 2 or 3 breaths of time. For this reason, Duan Lingtian knew very well that he had to be careful. Currently, he had to keep a low profile in front of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's time to return. Since Duan Lingtian had tried the elementary devouring tactic that he had comprehended to its limit, there was no reason for him to stay any longer. With a flash, he made his way to the Human Devil Saint City. The Human Devil Saint City was like a tiny black dot in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. As Duan Lingtian approached, the tiny black dot grew larger and larger. In the end, it looked like a gigantic beast that opened its bloody mouth and swallowed him whole. After entering the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Lingtian immediately returned to the inn where Ke, their daughter, and Gan Ru Yen were staying. This inn belonged to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. It was heavily guarded. After a series of identity checks, Duan Lingtian was finally allowed to enter the inn. When Duan Lingtian returned to the inn, the news spread like wildfire in the Human Devil City. Shocking news swept through the entire Human Devil Holy City like a hurricane, causing a huge commotion. The strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan, the only son of Xingyuan Ba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, died in the ruin that's suspected to be left behind by a Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master? It's not just Xingyuan Ba's son. It's said that the 2 direct disciples of Gong Sun Jin, the Vice Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall, died in there as well. I heard that many genius disciples from the Crimson Blaze Palace died in there as well. The 3 palaces and 6 halls were the 9 strongest forces in the Human Devil clan. Chapter 2238. I didn't expect the human devils I killed in the ruin left behind by the quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master were from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. After Duan Lingtian returned to the inn and reunited with Kerr and their daughter, he brought them and Gan Ru Yen out of the inn. Currently, there was nothing much to do in the human devil Saint City. For this reason, he planned to bring the 3 ladies back to the mortal continent to look for his parents, wife, children, and friends. If he was his father, Duan Ru Feng, he would definitely return to the mortal continent after leaving the Azure Cloud Mansion with the others. The cultivation environment on the mortal continent was mediocre. Powerful devils would not bother to go there. For this reason, the mortal continent was the safest place in the entire Saint Province realm. This was because the mortal continent only had a few weak devil clans. Of course, this was only because it was insignificant in Duan Lingtian's eyes. To the people of the mortal continent, even the weakest demons were invincible existences. The land of exile where the devil clans lived was a cruel place. If the weak devils did not have the protection of a strong powerhouse or a powerful force, they would only end up as nourishment for the other devils. For this reason, very few devils who survived in the land of exile were as weak as the people on the mortal continent. Xing Yuanba's only son, a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, died in a ruin left behind by a celestial grade Saint Inscription Master? As soon as Duan Lingtian brought the 3 ladies out of the inn, he learned about this matter from some passers-by. A strange expression appeared on his face immediately. Don't tell me I killed one of the human devils in the ruin left behind by the quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master? Many human devils had died in Duan Lingtian's hands in that ruin. In his opinion, there was no difference between a human devil at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial Stage and a human devil at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial Stage. I remember there were a few human devils at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who died in my hands. However, their strength is still lacking compared to Huang Wenjing from the Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Xing Yuanba seems to be one of the vice palace masters of the Great Spirit Palace. Moreover, he's widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage in the Human Devil clan. Duan Lingtian had heard of Xing Yuanba since he had stayed in the Human Devil Saint City for some time. I wonder if Xing Yuanba is stronger than Hao Shuang from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Hao Shuang was the strongest powerhouse as his son in the upper province of the Saint Celestial Stage. Duan's T's body and Duan's SSST T Shuang Estes escape. However, it's said that in the 3 palaces and 6 halls, apart from the 3 palace masters who are at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, the rest of the hall masters are only at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. If Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, is widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage in the Human Devil clan, doesn't this mean he's stronger than the hall masters of the 6 halls? If that's the case, with Xing Yuanba's strength, he should be able to establish his own sect. Why is he still in the Great Spirit Palace? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this as well. After thinking about it for a while, Duan Lingtian could not figure it out, so he decided to stop thinking about it. Daddy, are we going to look for Grandpa and Grandma? Duan Siling asked as she blinked her big eyes. She was in Duan Lingtian's arms. Yes, we're going to look for Grandpa and Grandma. Duan Lingtian nodded affectionately. Do you want to see Grandpa and Grandma? Yes. Duan Siling nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Mother said if I see Grandpa and Grandma, they'll give me a lot of delicious food. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. He instinctively turned to look at Kerr, who was standing next to him. Instantly, Kerr's face turned red. Gan Ruyen giggled at the side. On their way out of the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Lingtian heard a lot of news. Duan Lingtian realized he had offended the 3 palaces and 6 halls. The 2 direct disciples of Gong Sun Jin, the Vice Hall Master of Azure Shin Hall, died in the ruin that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial grade Saint Inscription Master? The foster son of Wu Tianjin, the Vice Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace, And many elites among the younger generation in the Crimson Blaze sect died in there as well? The strongest person among the younger generation in the Vajra Hall, the direct disciple of the Hall Master, died in there as well? Although Duan Lingtian had expected the human devils who died in his hands to be extraordinary, he was not surprised. He did not expect it to be so exaggerated. Apart from the 3 people from the Wandering Saint Palace who died before I entered the ruin, the 3 palaces and 6 halls suffered the most losses. Duan Lingtian had shown mercy to the people from the Wandering Saint Palace. He had shown mercy to the people from the Wandering Saint Palace for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was because they were pure humans just like him. Pure human blood flowed in their bodies. Second, the Wandering Saint Palace was the last among the 3 palaces and 6 halls to arrive in the Down Martial Saint Land. Therefore, they did not participate in the Devil Clan's massacre of the humans in the Down Martial Saint Land. After all, they were born from the same root, there was no need to kill each other. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not kill the people from the Wandering Saint Palace in the ruin. I'm afraid only Huang Wenjing from the Wandering Saint Palace would be able to guess that I killed those human devils. After all, she witnessed me killing a group of human devils while I was helping her improve her innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, he believed Huang Wenjing would not spread this news. Although he had not known Huang Wenjing for a long time, he could tell she was a smart person. She would not cause trouble for herself. After all, if she spread this news, not only would it bring trouble to Duan Lingtian, but it would also bring trouble to herself. As for Huang Qiling from the Wandering Saint Palace, he only knows I killed a few human devils who wanted to kill him. Moreover, I didn't show myself. Even if there were elites among the younger generation in the 3 palaces and 6 halls, there's no way he would betray me. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was confident the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls would not be able to trace it back to him. Fortunately, there are no Dao cultivators in the Devil clans. Otherwise, I would have been exposed long ago. Since there were no Dao cultivators in the Devil clans, there were no Dao talisman masters. Since there were no Dao talisman masters, there was no mirror image talisman. Otherwise, even if only one of the human devils had the mirror image talisman, Duan Lingtian's identity would have been exposed. I wonder what it'll be like the next time I come to the Human Devil Saint City. After leaving the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the Human Devil Saint City. His eyes narrowed as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not notice a figure in the distance. A middle-aged man was hovering in the sky not far from the Human Devil Saint City. His eyes were constantly scanning his surroundings. Every single person who passed by in his line of sight was seen by him. His gaze was mainly focused on these people's physiques and their faces, as if he was looking for someone. Let's go. After calling out to the 3 women, Duan Lingtian brought them south toward the mortal continent. Just as Duan Lingtian and the 3 women were about to leave the mortal continent. It's him. High up in the sky not far away, the middle-aged man who stood there like a statue swept his gaze across the surroundings. The moment his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, he found it difficult to look away. You're finally here. You're finally here. The reason he reacted this way was because of this young man. This purple-clad young man was the person he had been looking for. The person who had killed his son. HM? When the middle-aged man locked his eyes on Duan Lingtian noticed it as well. He turned to look at the middle-aged man. Eh? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian found the middle-aged man familiar. However, he was certain this was his first time seeing this middle-aged man. I think I've seen someone who looks like him before, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When Duan Lingtian noticed the hatred in the middle-aged man's eyes after he locked his gaze on him for a moment, Duan Lingtian realized he had unknowingly become enemies with this middle-aged man. Based on the way he looks at me, it's as though I killed his father or stole his wife. Based on this clue, Duan Lingtian quickly recalled where he had seen someone who looked similar to this middle-aged man. I knew I've seen someone who looks like him before. It's the disciple at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Wandering Saint Palace whom I killed. Duan Lingtian finally remembered. Previously, before he entered the ruin left behind by the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master, he had killed 3 disciples from the wandering saint palace. The disciple at the 5th form of the saint celestial stage looked very similar to this middle-aged man. The disciple at the 5th form of the saint celestial stage from the wandering saint palace. I think his name is Hisanjia? According to Huang Wenjing, Hisanjia's father is an elder in the wandering saint palace. Moreover, he's not an ordinary elder. He's at the 8th form of the saint celestial stage. Duan Lingtian instantly figured out the middle-aged man's identity. An elder from the wandering saint palace. An elder at the 8th form of the saint celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened as he brought the 3 women with him. He activated his movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, and flew south at his fastest speed. It looked more like they were fleeing. Naturally, this was the fastest speed Duan Lingtian could travel without using the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Chapter 2239. Without the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, Duan Lingtian's speed was only comparable to a powerhouse at the 7th form of the saint celestial stage even if he used his movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings. This speed was nothing compared to an elder from the wandering saint palace whose cultivation base was at the 8th form of the saint celestial stage. Trying to escape? Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian flew out with the 3 women, the middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. Then, he made a move and chased after Duan Lingtian. After all, he was at the 8th form of the saint celestial stage. His speed was much faster than Duan Lingtian. Before the elder from the wandering saint palace could react, Duan Lingtian had already flown far away from the wandering saint palace. Swoosh! When the elder caught up with Duan Lingtian and blocked Duan Lingtian's path, they were already in the air above a dense bamboo forest. There was not a single person in sight. As they came to a stop, the atmosphere became terrifyingly quiet. Duan Lingtian! The elder from Wandering Saint Palace glared at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "Today I'll make you pay with your life for the death of my son." Killing intent surged from the elder's body as soon as he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian ignored the elder from Wandering Saint Palace who was filled with killing intent. Instead, he looked at Duan Xiling who was in his arms and said, "Xiling, can you close your eyes and rest in my arms for a while? I have some matters to attend to." "Daddy, are you going to kill this scoundrel?" Duan Xiling blinked her big, bright eyes. Her pink face was filled with curiosity. "This scoundrel wants to kill Daddy. Daddy, can you let Xiling watch Daddy beat the scoundrel up?" When Duan Xiling reached the end of her sentence, she pouted. Duan Lingtian's gaze seemed to melt when he saw how cute she was. "All right. Xiling, you can watch if you want. However, don't blame me if you can't see it clearly." Duan Lingtian patted Duan Xiling's head affectionately and smiled. "All right." Duan Xiling's face flushed with excitement when she saw Duan Lingtian had agreed to her request. Her cheeks looked like they were carved out of jade, and one could not help but want to kiss them. "Brother Tian." Kerr began to panic again when Duan Lingtian agreed to Duan Xiling's request. She did not want her daughter to be exposed to bloodshed at such a young age. After all, her daughter was still too young. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Duan Lingtian knew what Kerr was worried about. He gave Duan Lingtian's to reassure her. Since Duan Lingtian, he was, to Duan Lingtian's to Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Gan Ruyan looked at Duan Lingtian thoughtfully. "Duan Lingtian, do you know who I am? How dare you ignore me?" The elder from the Wandering Saint Palace was infuriated when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him. Saint origin surged out of his body, emitting a terrifying aura that seemed to freeze the air around him. "I've never been interested in the identity of a dead person." At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally responded to the elder. However, the words that came out of his mouth infuriated the elder. A dead person? The elder from Wandering Saint Palace could no longer hold it in when he heard Duan Lingtian calling him a dead person. His body trembled in anger. Instantly. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as the elder from Wandering Saint Palace charged toward Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. His killing intent soared as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. As soon as the elder from Wandering Saint Palace made his move, a whirlpool appeared in the air and merged with Duan Ling Tian's body before it began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. This was the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that Duan Ling Tian had cast. After devouring all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, the Sun Saint origin in Duan Ling Tian's body was raised to a level comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint celestial stage. It was not any weaker than the Saint origin of the Elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. Golden Crow's Wings. Faced with the Elder from Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Ling Tian activated his Sun Saint origin that had risen to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint celestial stage, and cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. In just a blink of an eye, 2 balls of flames appeared on Duan Ling Tian's back as a pair of flaming wings appeared. As soon as the wings appeared, Duan Ling Tian flapped his wings. Instantly. Boom! 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 The sound of air exploding rang out again. It was even louder than when the Elder from the Wandering Saint Palace was flying. After casting his movement divine ability, Duan Ling Tian brought the 3 women with him as he sped away. His speed was comparable to the Elder from Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, the 3 women were holding him back. If it were not for the 3 women, his speed would definitely be faster than the Elder from Wandering Saint Palace. The reason for this was that the movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, that Duan Ling Tian mastered was much faster than the movement divine ability the Elder from Wandering Saint Palace had mastered. Since their saint origin and movement techniques were similar, it was only natural that the Elder from Wandering Saint Palace would not be able to outrun Duan Ling Tian. How's this possible? The Elder from Wandering Saint Palace narrowed his eyes when he saw Duan Ling Tian's speed was not any slower than his speed even though he was carrying 3 burdens. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. While the Elder from the Wandering Saint Palace was still in disbelief, Duan Ling Tian had already left the area where he had absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy, and arrived at another area. Elementary Devouring Tactic. As Duan Ling Tian cast the elementary devouring tactic again, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was completely devoured by him. In just a blink of an eye, a few breaths had passed. The Elder from Wandering Saint Palace was still unable to catch up to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the Elder from Wandering Saint Palace cast his assist-type divine ability, and raised the strength of his saint origin. At the same time, he increased his speed as well. However, as he increased his speed, he was shocked to discover that Duan Ling Tian's speed was increasing as well. Duan Ling Tian's speed was increasing as well. After chasing for a long time, the Elder still could not catch up to Duan Ling Tian. To be more precise, he could not catch up to Duan Ling Tian, who was dragging the 3 women with him. The Elder from Wandering Saint Palace had a bad feeling about this. At the same time, he began to doubt himself. How can I deal with such a person? At this moment, the Elder from Wandering Saint Palace began to think about retreating. Although he wanted to avenge his son, he knew that he would not be able to do so. However, based on the current situation, he would not be avenging his son in the end. Instead, it was very likely that he would have to pay with his life. Run! Without any hesitation, the Elder from Wandering Saint Palace turned around and fled in the direction of the Human Devil Saint City. It was as though he was afraid Duan Ling Tian would catch up to him if he was too slow. He was not an idiot. Although Duan Ling Tian did not kill him, he knew he had to be careful. Based on how easily Duan Ling Tian dealt with him, he could tell that Duan Ling Tian was not afraid at all. Duan Ling Tian did not feel pressured at all. He could not figure out why Duan Ling Tian did not make a move on him. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian could not maintain his speed for long. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian was preparing to kill him. However, he did not dare to take the risk. It would be fine if he won the bet, but if he lost, he would lose his life as well. I've finally broken through! After 20 breaths of time, Duan Lingtian had finally raised his son's saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage with his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. When Duan Lingtian sensed the powerful sun saint origin in his body, he felt as though he was looking down on the world. Trying to escape? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the elder from Wandering Saint Palace who had fled far away. It was as though he had turned into a black dot in the distance. A disdainful sneer could be seen on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. This scene felt familiar. Previously, when Duan Lingtian brought the 3 women away from the human devil saint city, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace had the same attitude. As soon as Duan Lingtian sneered, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Golden crow's wings! It was the same movement divine ability. But when Duan Lingtian cast it, his speed was on a completely different level compared to when he first cast it. With the help of his 99 saint veins, Duan Lingtian could use all the sun's saint origin in his body to cast the movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings. In just a blink of an eye, his speed was several times faster than the elder from Wandering Saint Palace. So fast! So fast! Daddy is so amazing! Duan Xiling, who was in Duan Lingtian's arms, waved her little fists in the air as she exclaimed excitedly. How is it possible for him to be so fast? Gan Ruyan was completely stunned. At this moment, even with her eyesight, she could no longer see the surroundings clearly. This was because the speed at which Duan Lingtian was carrying them was too fast. It was ridiculously fast. It was ridiculously fast. As for Kerr, she worshipped Duan Lingtian, so she was not surprised at all. Since Duan Lingtian's speed was several times faster than the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace, it only took him a few breaths to arrive in front of the elder and stop him in his tracks. When the elder from Wandering Saint Palace saw Duan Lingtian, who appeared out of thin air in front of him, his expression changed drastically. A hint of disbelief could be seen in his eyes. You! How is it possible for you to be so fast? You've been hiding all this while? At this moment, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace felt like he was going crazy. Duan Lingtian's speed was much slower than his in the beginning. However, as time went on, his speed became more and more terrifying. After scaring the elder away, Duan Lingtian's speed became even more ridiculous. Only a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to catch up to me so easily, right? At the same time, the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace could not help but think to himself. Chapter 2240. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As soon as this thought appeared in the elder's mind, his eyes widened in shock. His body stiffened as well. He was completely dumbfounded by what he had just witnessed. The purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, was actually a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The person who killed his son was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he had known Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would not have dared to provoke Duan Lingtian. What a joke! A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was on par with the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only 1 stage higher than his, it would be a piece of cake for Duan Lingtian to kill him. Sir? The elder from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at Duan Lingtian and mustered up his courage to speak. You're right. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian waved his hand, and the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. A sword ray shot out and pierced the elder's glabella, heading straight for his soul. In just a blink of an eye, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace did not even have time to use the soul-detaching technique that was unique to powerhouses at or above the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage before his soul was destroyed by Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until now, Duan Lingtian did not even bother to talk to him. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as soon as the space between the elder's eyebrows was penetrated by Duan Lingtian's palm. It was the sound of Duan Lingtian's palm striking the elder. The sound of wind and thunder rang in the air as he struck out with his palm. It was as though his palm contained the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions rang in the air as waves of Sun Saint origin shot out from Duan Lingtian's palm. When the Sun Saint origin surged out, it transformed into waves and waves that engulfed the elders from the wandering Saint Palace that he had killed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian was the only one who could clearly see what was going on. Not to mention in the eyes of Kerr and her daughter. Even Gan Ruyan couldn't see how Duan Lingtian did it. She only heard the sound of a sword whistling, and in the next moment, the person who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian disappeared without a trace. Only one spatial ring remained. It fell from the sky and was casually pulled over by Duan Lingtian and put away. Seeing this, Gan Ruyan was not so naive as to think that the person had left. After all, that person had even left behind his storage ring, so it was impossible for him to have left. There was only one possibility. He had already been killed. Father, where's that bad guy? Where is he? Duan Siling did not know what the spatial ring meant. She looked around in Duan Lingtian's arms in an attempt to find the elder from the wandering Saint Palace. Siling, that bad guy has been chased away by your father. Duan Siling did not know what the spatial ring meant, but Kerr knew very well. When she heard her daughter's naive words, she replied immediately. Chased away? Duan Siling was stunned for a moment before she regained her senses. She cried out. Wow! Father, you're so strong! You actually chased away that bad guy. Mwah! Duan Siling kissed Duan Lingtian's cheek. She was more excited than anyone else. Let's go. Let's continue on our journey. Duan Lingtian patted Duan Siling's head and smiled at her affectionately before he said to Kerr and Gan Ruyan, Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the three women to his hometown. His hometown was one of the mortal continents in the Saint Province realm. It was called Cloud Continent. Since the Sun Saint origin in his body was comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Lingtian was able to bring the three women to Cloud Continent in just a short time. The heaven and earth spirit energy on Cloud Continent was much weaker compared to the Debussy subterranean. Duan Lingtian and Kerr were already prepared for this. Gan Ruyan and Duan Siling found it difficult to adapt to the environment since the heaven and earth spirit energy on Cloud Continent was too thin. Due to this, the environment on Cloud Continent was much worse than the Debussy subterranean. Father, I don't like it here. Duan Siling pouted and said to Duan Lingtian, Siling, be good. We'll leave this place when we find grandfather and grandmother, okay? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Okay. Duan Siling nodded obediently. After a while she said, Father, let's find grandfather and grandmother as soon as possible. This place isn't good. Let's bring them to the place where we came from. They'll be happy there. Okay. I'll listen to Siling. Duan Lingtian nodded repeatedly. They continued to travel south. Soon after, Duan Lingtian brought the three women to the 10 great dynasties on Cloud Continent. After entering the 10 great dynasties, Duan Lingtian brought the three women through the clouds and descended from the sky. Along the way, they could see dried corpses that had been sucked dry by the devil clansmen. Most of the prosperous cities in his memory were now in ruins, as if they had just encountered a huge disaster. Devil clansmen. Devil clansmen. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were bloodshot as well. His hatred for the devil clans burned fiercely in his heart as though it could burn everything in its path. Swoosh! 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 When Duan Lingtian's hatred for the devil clansmen reached its peak, he brought the three women with him as he traveled through the 10 great dynasties at his fastest speed. He killed all the devil clansmen along the way. With Duan Lingtian's speed, it only took him about 10 days to sweep through the 10 great dynasties. He killed almost all the devil clansmen in the 10 great dynasties. During this time, Duan Lingtian tried to help her improve her innate spiritual root. However, he discovered that her innate spiritual root was not weak at all. He discovered that Ker's dark violet innate spiritual root was not the limit of her innate spiritual root. There was still room for improvement in Ker's innate spiritual root. Although there was hope for Ker's innate spiritual root to be upgraded to the next grade, the process of upgrading it was like a bottomless pit. This was because Duan Lingtian had devoured half of the Devil Clansman's innate spiritual roots in the 10 great dynasties. However, it was still like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was getting darker and darker. It was one step closer to becoming a dark violet innate spiritual root. Apart from the Devil Clansmen in the 10 great dynasties who have some tricks up their sleeves, the rest of the Devil Clansmen must have been killed by me. It's time for me to return and see if Father, Mother, and Little Feyre are still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian brought the 3 women back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was one of the many kingdoms in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom under the Darkstone Empire in the Dark Han dynasty. It was also Duan Lingtian's hometown. This was where Duan Lingtian had risen to power. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was slaughtering the Devil Clansmen in the 10 great dynasties, he had come to the Crimson Sky Kingdom as well. However, he did not have time to do anything else since he was focused on hunting and searching for the Devil Clansmen. Now that he had killed almost all the Devil Clansmen in the 10 great dynasties, he had returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Due to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's remote location, it did not suffer much damage. The Devil Clansmen who came to the Crimson Sky Kingdom were considered weak by Duan Lingtian. They were the lowest level Devil Clansmen in the land of exile. They came to the Crimson Sky Kingdom to enjoy themselves. They wanted to enjoy the vanity and sense of existence that humans gave them. After all, when they were in the land of exile, they were just like ants, cannon fodder. They did not have much sense of existence, let alone enjoy the vanity. However, now that they were in a remote location in the Saint Province realm, they were able to rule over the land. Due to the fact that the humans here were too weak, even if the Devil Clansmen devoured their vital essence and blood, they would not be able to improve much. For this reason, the Devil Clansmen did not devour the vital essence and blood of the humans. Instead, they allowed the humans to live well so they could show off their strength. The Devil Clansmen enjoyed themselves in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even the Emperor and the commoners did not dare to provoke them. Not only did they not dare to provoke the Devil Clansmen, but they even served them respectfully. It was only when Duan Lingtian passed by 2 days ago and killed the Devil Clansmen that the Crimson Sky Kingdom regained its peace. Father, Mother, Little Feyre, and the others. They didn't come back? After some investigation, Duan Lingtian discovered that his father, mother, and father were not here. His father, mother, wife, Li Fei, and son, Duan Yantian, did not come back. Apart from here, where else could they go? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. In the end, he brought the 3 women out of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and wandered aimlessly in the 10 great dynasties. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not disturb his old friends in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Currently, he had completely wiped out the Devil Clansmen in the 10 great dynasties. For this reason, he was not worried about the safety of his old friends. At the same time, he did not want to disturb their lives. Where are they? After searching through the entire territory of the 10 great dynasties, Duan Lingtian still didn't notice the tracks of his parents, wife, and son, and he couldn't help but feel slightly anxious. He could not figure it out. After his father and mother left the Azure Cloud Mansion, where else could they go apart from here? Just as Duan Lingtian was burning with anxiety because he could not find his parents and his wife, a voice rang in the air. In the east of the Debussy subterranean. Duan Ruffin, take the 10,000 mountain seal and run! Chapter 2241. At this moment, 2 figures could be seen flying side by side in the sky above the barren mountain range. They were 2 young men. One of them was standing on the shoulder of a gigantic stone golem, allowing the stone golem to carry him. He was dressed in a long green robe, and the hairband on his head had been broken. His hair was disheveled, and he cut a sorry figure. She glanced at his messy hair and looked at his face, only to find that he was not as calm as before. This young man's forehead was slightly similar to Duan Lingtian's. The stone golem under his feet was filled with demonic qi, but its body was covered with cracks. It was obvious that it had suffered serious injuries, as if it could crack open at any time. If there were devils here, they would be able to tell the stone golem was a saint devil puppet. The other person was dressed in a black robe. His hair was also disheveled, and his aura was weak. It was obvious he had suffered serious injuries. At this moment, the black-robed young man raised his hand and tossed a seal to the green-robed young man standing on the stone golem's shoulder. On top of this seal, there were numerous exquisite hills. At first glance, there seemed to be an endless number of hills. If there was someone here who knew what it was, they would be able to tell it was a seal. This was the 10,000 Mountains seal, one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. From the beginning until the end, both of them were traveling at an extremely fast speed. They did not dare to hesitate at all. "Dugu, I'm afraid I can't escape even if I want to," Duan Rufeng said with a wry smile on his face when he heard the sound of wind whistling behind him. "That fellow is the palace master of the Great Spirit Palace in the Human Devil clan. His cultivation base has long broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With our current strength, it's impossible for us to fight him. However, we were too careless. We should have changed our location earlier. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been targeted by him." When Duan Rufeng reached the end of his sentence, he felt a little bitter. Since the Ox Devil clan from the land of exile had invaded the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Rufeng had begun to make preparations. In the face of the demon race, he and Dugu, an old rival of the past, chose to join forces against the common enemy. Following the invasion of the demon army into the Debussy subterranean, they joined forces to slaughter a group of demons. Furthermore, they relied on the inheritances they had obtained to wantonly devour the essence and blood of the demons to strengthen their own strength. After all, at this time, only powerful strength could guarantee one's survival. Only then could one better protect and let the people around them survive. During this process, Duan Rufeng gave up on the Mountain Shade Black Market and brought the group of elites from the Mountain Shade Black Market to Duan Rufeng's Azure Cloud Mansion. After that, one of the strongest clans in the Devil clans, the Human Devil clan, set their sights on the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. At first, only the vanguard of the Human Devil clan had attacked, but he and Duga had killed more than half of them. Later on, when the Human Devil clan's army arrived, they felt the situation was hopeless, so they brought the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market away from the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. Return to the mortal continent, Cloud Continent? Before leaving the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate, Duan Rufeng had such a thought in his mind. However, as soon as this thought popped up in his mind, he dismissed it. Although the mortal continent, Cloud Continent, was safe, the devil clans that occupied it did not have many powerhouses. Devouring the essence and blood of the demons would not increase his and Dugu's strength by much. At this time, they urgently needed to obtain a powerful strength. The second Human Devil era had already arrived. They had to become stronger as soon as possible so they could settle down. For this reason, after discussing with Dugu, they brought the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market to the east of the Debussy subterranean and found a secluded place to recuperate. On the other hand, he and Dugu often came out to hunt devils to strengthen their own cultivation. However, today was the day of their nightmare. They were targeted by the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace from the Human Devil clan. Speaking of the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace from the Human Devil clan, more than half of the Human Devil clan's vanguard had been killed by them. This was because among the Human Devil clan's vanguard that they had killed was the last disciple of the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace in the Human Devil clan. He was a young genius who had outstanding innate talent but had yet to mature. From then on, they had formed an irreconcilable enmity with the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. "It's useless to say anything now." Dugu shook his head. With a solemn expression, he said to Duan Rufeng, "Duan Rufeng, Although we've always been rivals, I feel that we're fated to meet. Both of us have inherited the Devil Clan's legacies and become leaders of top forces in the Debussy subterranean. Although we're rivals, we appreciate each other's talents. I don't have any regrets in my life now that I've met you. After you escape with the blood escape, I hope you'll take good care of the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market and avenge me. When Dugu reached the end of his sentence, a rare smile appeared on his stiff and cold face. It was a smile that was uglier than crying. Blood escape? Upon hearing Dugu's words, Duan Ruffin could not help but smile bitterly. The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace's divine consciousness has already locked on to both of us. With his strength, even if we use the blood escape, we won't be able to escape from under his nose. I'm afraid we'll have to die together today. Duan Ruffin sighed softly. As Duan Ruffin sighed, he thought about his wife, his son, his grandson, and his granddaughter whom he had yet to meet. His eyes were filled with reluctance. He did not want to die. He really did not want to die. However, did he still have a chance to live? He could not see any hope at all. If I say you'll live, you'll live. I, Dugu, have never lied before. Dugu shook his head and said in a resolute tone. Remember my words. Avenge me. Find a good master for the 10,000 mountain seal. When he spoke again, Dugu's tone suddenly changed. It became increasingly cold, giving people the feeling that winter had arrived, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. You! What are you trying to do? Duan Ruffin felt a chill in his heart when he heard the change in Dugu's tone. His expression changed drastically. Wah! Duan Ruffin replied to Duan Ruffin by spitting out a mouthful of blood. When the blood appeared in the air, it was as beautiful as a blood-red rose. It added a touch of color to the pale white sky. After spitting out the blood, it did not disperse. Under Dugu's control, the blood spun in the air as though it was carving a complicated mark. It was imprinted in the air, causing the air to tremble. A strong wind blew. Under Dugu's control, the blood seemed to have been given life. It was as though it was a stroke of genius that adorned the air. From the beginning until the end, although no traces of the blood could be seen, the ancient and oppressive aura in the air made Duan Ruffin's hair stand on end. This is... When Duan Ruffin subconsciously looked at Dugu, he realized that Dugu was not the only one. Dugu's originally youthful face also aged a lot in an instant, layers of wrinkles overlapping each other. In the end, Dugu seemed to have turned into an old man with one foot in the coffin. At this moment, his black hair had also turned silvery white. His robust body rapidly shrunk at this moment, becoming incomparably thin, as if only skin and bones were left. In addition, he also discovered that, in the blink of an eye, Dugu had turned into a withered old man. Not only was his entire body trembling violently, but his forehead was also covered in cold sweat. His teeth were tightly clenched together. Blood continuously flowed out from his mouth. Broken teeth flowed out along with blood. It can be seen that he gritted his teeth so hard that they shattered. Right now, Dugu was clearly enduring some kind of pain, a pain that was not something a normal person could endure. This is... Looking at the blood that was constantly flowing in the void, looking at the changes that happened to Dugu's body in an instant, and feeling the vicissitudes of life and the pressure from the void that was becoming stronger and stronger, Duan Ruffin finally remembered where he had come across a record of such a scene. In the orthodox inheritance of the demon race that he had obtained, there was a record of such a technique. Age soul-devouring blood formation. After thinking about it, Duan Ruffin could not help but exclaim in shock. His eyes narrowed, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Dugu, you... He did not expect that Dugu would actually know this forbidden formation of the demon race. The age soul-devouring blood formation was an extremely ancient and cruel teleportation formation. The reason why it was said to be cruel was because to inscribe this formation, not only did one have to burn one's own life force, but one also had to endure the pain of having one's soul devoured. It was said that the pain of having one's soul devoured was equivalent to having thousands of ants gnawing on one's soul at the same time. The entire process was extremely painful. Even among the demon race, not many people could endure this kind of pain. If one did not successfully endure the pain of having one's soul devoured, the age soul-devouring blood formation would not be able to be formed. In the history of the exiled land, the number of demons who had successfully inscribed the age soul-devouring blood formation could be counted on one's fingers. All of them were people with great perseverance. Among the demon race, there were even fewer who dared to attempt to inscribe the age soul-devouring blood formation. Seeing Dugu's old face contorted together, his body twitching nonstop, and blood flowing out of his mouth, Duan Rufing's heart trembled violently. In order to let him live, this former opponent had not hesitated to burn his own life force and endure the pain of having his soul devoured to inscribe the age soul-devouring blood formation for him. Dugu! Unknowingly, Duan Rufing's eyes had turned completely red. However, there was nothing he could do. He could not do anything. He could only worry helplessly. Right now, if he tried to stop Dugu, Dugu would immediately be killed by him. Chapter 2242. The process of setting up the age soul-devouring blood formation did not take long. It only took a few breaths. However, whether it was Duan Rufeng or Dugu, these few breaths felt like an eternity to them. Duan Rufeng felt like it was an eternity because Dugu had gone to such lengths for him. Dugu felt like it was an eternity because of the pain of his soul being devoured. It felt as though millions of ants were gnawing on his soul. There were a few times when he was on the verge of breaking down. In the end, he relied on his strong willpower to persevere. During this process, he felt like he was in a living hell. Every day felt like a year to him. After the torment ended, Dugu's life force had completely withered. He successfully set up the age soul-devouring blood formation. Open! Dugu cried out weakly. A blood-red mark appeared in the air where he had used his blood to inscribe the age soul-devouring blood formation. It shone with a dazzling blood-red light. Above the blood-red mark, a door that seemed to be completely made of blood appeared out of thin air and opened. It was dark beyond the door. No one knew where it led to. Duan Rufeng! You're my only friend, Dugu said as he looked at Duan Rufeng. A smile that was uglier than a crying face appeared on his old face. Although he was at the peak of the Debussy subterranean, he did not have any friends. Before the devil clans invaded the Dao Martial Saint land, he did not expect he would acknowledge his old rival, Duan Rufeng, as a friend. Almost as soon as Dugu finished speaking, the aura on his body was completely annihilated. It was as if it had disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had never existed. Not only did he have to burn his life force to set up the age soul-devouring blood formation, but he had to burn his soul as well. After setting up the age soul-devouring blood formation, Dugu was already at the end of his rope. Now that he had used the last of his strength to say those words, he could not hold on any longer and died. However, there was still a smile on Dugu's face as he died. He died peacefully, as though he had no regrets. Dugu! Seeing that Duan Rufeng had sacrificed his own life to pave a path of escape for him, Duan Rufeng's eyes, which were already red, were filled with tears. 2 streams of clear tears fell from his eyes. Men don't cry easily, but that's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. Before the devil clans invaded the Dao Martial Saint land, it did not cross Dugu's mind that he would become friends with Dugu. Yet now, for the sake of paving a way for him to escape, his friend did not hesitate to burn his life and soul, and was willing to endure the pain of having his soul devoured. Dugu didn't have to bear this pain. However, in order to save him, Dugu was willing to accept it. Whoosh! He could hear the sound of something breaking through the air behind him getting closer and closer, as if it would catch up in a moment. When Duan Rufeng saw the transporting gate opened by the age soul-devouring blood formation, he no longer hesitated. He controlled the Saint Devil puppet under his feet and entered the transporting gate. Initially, Duan Rufeng wanted to take Dugu's spatial ring to prevent the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace from benefiting from it. However, time did not allow him to do so. As soon as Duan Rufeng entered the transporting gate began to fade away. Whoosh! When the palace master of Great Spirit Palace from the Human Devil clan arrived, the transporting gate opened by the age-soul devouring blood formation disappeared as well. The palace master of Great Spirit Palace from the Human Devil clan was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He was dressed in a long golden robe, and his long hair was tied up casually. His expression was firm, and he exuded an aura of authority. Age-soul devouring blood formation? When the palace master of Great Spirit Palace from the Human Devil clan arrived, he saw the transporting gate that had just disappeared. When he saw the old and skinny corpse falling from the sky, it was not difficult for him to see that the old and skinny corpse had cast the Devil clan's forbidden formation, the age-soul devouring blood formation, to pave a way for the other person to escape. At this moment, he discovered that the other person had escaped from his divine consciousness. The transporting gate created by the age-soul devouring blood formation was different from the blood escape formation. The blood escape formation could not escape the divine consciousness of a powerhouse, but the blood escape formation could easily escape the divine consciousness of a powerhouse. He knew that since the other person had escaped through the age-soul devouring blood formation, it was impossible for him to catch up to the other person. After all, he did not know where the other person had been teleported to. The Debussy subterranean was not big, but it was not small either. If the other person wanted to hide, it would be difficult for him to find the other person. I didn't expect a mere devil cultivator would be able to successfully inscribe and set up the age-soul devouring blood formation. The palace master of Great Spirit Palace sighed as he descended from the sky. After he removed the spatial ring from Dugu's hand, he descended from the sky with Dugu's corpse. A hint of respect could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Dugu. Even among the devils from the land of exile, very few of them dared to inscribe and set up the age-soul devouring blood formation. There were even fewer devils who could successfully inscribe and set up the age-soul devouring blood formation. Now that he saw Dugu, a mere devil cultivator, had successfully inscribed and set up the age-soul devouring blood formation, he could not help but feel respect for Dugu. It was true that he and Dugu were enemies. Even if Dugu came back to life, he would still kill him. However, this did not affect his respect for Dugu in this aspect. There's also that lucky fellow. A rare hint of envy appeared in the palace master of Great Spirit Palace's eyes when he thought about the person who had successfully escaped from his divine consciousness through the age-soul devouring blood formation. Although he had lived for half of his life, he had made many friends. However, he knew very well that Dugu Ling Tian was not an exception. None of his friends would be willing to set up the age-soul devouring blood formation for him, even if they knew they were going to die. Yuaner. That Duan Ruffam was lucky enough to escape. However, I promise you that one day, I'll find him and kill him to avenge you. After the envy in the eyes of the Great Spirit Palace's palace master disappeared, a fierce light flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself. His words were directed at the last disciple he doted on the most, who had been killed by Duan Ling Tian and Dugu. On the other side, after passing through the portal opened by the age-soul devouring blood formation, Duan Ruffang arrived at a place that was completely foreign to him. However, he did not have the time to care about his surroundings at this moment. He stood there motionlessly. The Saint Devil puppet had also disappeared at some point in time. It was as if it had left. After a long while, he muttered to himself, Dugu, don't worry. I'll find a good owner for your Super Saint weapon, the 10,000 Mountains seal. Apart from that, I'll also avenge you. I'll personally ring the palace master of Great Spirit Palace's head to avenge you. Duan Rufing's eyes shone with a piercing light as he muttered to himself. It was as though he could see through everything. On the Cloud Continent, Duan Lingtian did not know his father had almost been killed. After confirming his family and friends were not in the 10 Great Dynasties territories, he left the 10 Great Dynasties and came to the foreign realm. The Skywolf Fort was his first stop when he left the 10 Great Dynasties and arrived at the foreign realm. However, the Skywolf Fort now had a new owner. The current owner of the Skywolf Fort was a group of devils who were quite strong. Naturally, he was referring to the devils in the 10 Great Dynasties when he said they were strong. To Duan Lingtian, the devils with such a cultivation base were like ants. They could not even withstand a single blow. For this reason, Duan Lingtian easily annihilated the group of devils who had occupied the Skywolf Fort. What a pity! The people who used to live in the Skywolf Fort are all gone. I wonder if they've been killed or if they've escaped. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not see any of the people he was not familiar with in the Skywolf Fort. Since I'm here, I might as well sweep through the Cloud Continent. Perhaps Father, Mother, Little Fayer, and the others are hiding somewhere on the Cloud Continent. They didn't return to the 10 great dynasties because they were worried they'd be an obvious target. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself as his eyes gleamed. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian did not continue to stay in the Skywolf Fort. After he left the Skywolf Fort with the 3 women, he began to sweep through the devils. Every single devil that he found or encountered was killed by him. The Cloud Continent was only a mortal continent. The cultivation environment there was terrible. There were no powerhouses among the devils who were willing to stay in the mortal continent. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he easily crushed all the devils along the way. During this process, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root continued to improve. Its color was getting darker and darker. It was advancing to a dark violet innate spiritual root at an extremely fast speed. At this rate, it won't be long before my innate spiritual root successfully transforms to a dark violet innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he was slightly excited. After my innate spiritual root transforms to a dark violet innate spiritual root, I'll continue to improve mine and Kerr's innate spiritual roots. I really want to see what grade my innate spiritual root is after it transforms to a dark violet innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation when he thought of this. He continued to lead the 3 women to sweep through the Devil Continent. Time continued to pass by quietly. After more than a month, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root finally took the last step and successfully transformed to a dark violet innate spiritual root. How fast! Chapter 2243. A human's desire was endless. These words were not false at all. Just like a beggar, perhaps his biggest wish was to be able to eat until he was full. However, when he was finally able to eat until he was full, he would definitely yearn for a better life. Currently, Duan Lingtian was the same. In the past, he had always dreamed of using the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to transform his innate spiritual root into a violet innate spiritual root. However, when his innate spiritual root had truly transformed into a violet innate spiritual root, he was eager to further transform his innate spiritual root into a dark violet innate spiritual root, the highest grade of violet innate spiritual root. Initially, he thought this was the limit of the grade of his innate spiritual root. However, after some experimentation, he realized it was not a dark violet innate spiritual root. Even a dark violet innate spiritual root was not the limit of an innate spiritual root. After the violet innate spiritual root, there was most likely a higher grade innate spiritual root. This was because after his innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark violet innate spiritual root, he could continue to use the elementary devouring tactic to improve it. Although the improvement would not be huge, it would be gradual. It gave him hope. I really want to see what grade of innate spiritual root is after the dark violet innate spiritual root. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian continued to sweep through Cloud Continent with the 3 women. After some time, apart from those who could hide under Duan Lingtian's nose, almost all the devil clans on Cloud Continent had been wiped out by Duan Lingtian. During this process, Duan Lingtian continued to use the elementary devouring tactic to improve his innate spiritual root. However, there seemed to be a huge gap between a dark violet innate spiritual root and a higher grade innate spiritual root. Although Duan Lingtian had devoured almost all the innate spiritual roots in the devil clans on Cloud Continent, he still could not reach the threshold of the next grade of innate spiritual root. Compared to the Debussy subterranean, a mortal continent like the Cloud Continent is still too small. Apart from that, most of the devils in the mortal continent are weaklings from the land of exile. Although there are many of them, their innate talents are mediocre. Their innate spiritual roots are of low quality. However, even then, Duan Lingtian could feel the difference between his current innate spiritual root and the next grade of innate spiritual root. That was definitely a gap like a chasm. Father, mother, little Fair, and the others seemed to have indeed not returned to Cloud Continent. While sweeping through the entire Cloud Continent, Duan Lingtian did not forget to search for his group of family and friends. However, his efforts were in vain. In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to accept the fact that his friends and family hadn't returned to Cloud Continent. At the same time, a hint of worry could be seen in his eyes. If they did not return to Cloud Continent, where could they have gone? Moreover, why did they not return to Cloud Continent? Was there a reason, or had something happened to them? If I knew this would happen, I would have prepared a soul pearl for father, mother, little Fair, and the others. That way, I would have known if they were safe or not. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a wave of regret again. He regretted not preparing soul pearls for his loved ones. Otherwise, he would not have been in such a passive situation. Brother Tian, you don't have to worry too much. Kerr comforted Duan Lingtian when she saw Duan Lingtian's worry. Since Uncle Feng and Aunt Ro were able to escape under the watchful eyes of the human devil army, it means they're capable of protecting themselves. Since they didn't return to Cloud Continent, they must be hiding somewhere else. For example, the Debussy subterranean or the other two mortal continents. The reason they didn't return to Cloud Continent is that they're worried they'd implicate their old friends on Cloud Continent. After all, they've killed many of the human devil army's vanguards. Therefore, the human devil army must hate them to the core. Many human devil powerhouses might be paying attention to Cloud Continent. Cloud Continent is Uncle Feng's hometown, and this shouldn't be a secret in the Debussy subterranean, Kerr said. One had to admit that Kerr's words made sense. At the very least, it moved Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression softened. Thank you, Kerr. Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr gently, and said softly. At this moment, he felt like he was the happiest man in the world. With a wife like this, what more could he ask for in this lifetime? Brother Tian, there's no need for you to thank me. When Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian, her beautiful eyes were as gentle as water. It was as if at this moment, Duan Lingtian was the only person left in her world. Gan Ruyen stood at the side with a complicated expression on her face when she saw this. As for Duan Xiling, she had fallen asleep in Duan Lingtian's arms. Let's go to the other two mortal continents to have a look. After bidding farewell to Kerr and Gan Ruyen, Duan Lingtian carried his daughter and brought the two of them away from Cloud Continent at an extremely fast speed. There were a total of 3 mortal continents around the Debussy subterranean, including Cloud Continent. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at one of the mortal continents. After arriving at the mortal continent, Duan Lingtian began to search for his family and friends as he wiped out the devils he encountered along the way. During this time, his innate spiritual root continued to improve. 2 months passed in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, he had wiped out almost all the devils on the mortal continent. This is a bottomless pit. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that his innate spiritual root was still very dark. His innate spiritual root was still a dark violet innate spiritual root. Although its color was getting darker, it still did not reach the threshold of the next grade of innate spiritual root. If I didn't devour the innate spiritual roots of the devils on the mortal continent, and use their innate spiritual roots to improve Xiling and Gan Ruyan's innate spiritual roots, their innate spiritual roots might have already become dark purple. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I'll help them improve their innate spiritual roots when I reach the last mortal continent. He knew it would be difficult for his innate spiritual root to improve to the next grade even if he continued to devour the innate spiritual roots of the devils on the mortal continent. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian dismissed the idea of devouring the innate spiritual roots of the devils on the mortal continent. He planned to improve the innate spiritual roots of his daughter, Duan Xiling, and Kerr's twin sister, Gan Ruyen. It's a pity father, mother, and little Fayer aren't here. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, disappointed that he did not manage to find his family and friends on the mortal continent. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared for this. Although he was disappointed, he was still able to accept this reality. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian decided to do what he wanted to do. With just a flash, he brought his 3 daughters and left the mortal continent at a ridiculously fast speed. When they arrived at the last mortal continent, Duan Lingtian continued to search for his family and friends as he wiped out the devil clans. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to help his daughter improve her innate spiritual root, he discovered something was amiss. His daughter's innate spiritual root was not of any of the 7 colors of the rainbow. His daughter's innate spiritual root was black. There's no improvement at all. Apart from that, when Duan Lingtian merged the devil's innate spiritual root with his daughter's innate spiritual root, he discovered there was no improvement at all. It was as though a drop of water had fallen into a vast ocean. It did not cause even the slightest ripple. Although he possessed a dark violet innate spiritual root, after absorbing the devil clan's innate spiritual root, there was still a slight improvement in his innate spiritual root. It was not to the extent that he would not be able to cause a commotion. Could it be that Si Ling's innate spiritual root is the limit of an innate spiritual root? At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was difficult for him to suppress this thought. Black innate spiritual root? As it turned out, the limit of an innate spiritual root was a black innate spiritual root? If it's a black innate spiritual root, it can be explained. Currently, if the dark violet innate spiritual root continues to transform, its color will only become black in the end. Duan Si Ling's innate spiritual root, the black innate spiritual root, seemed to have opened a new world for Duan Lingtian. As it turned out, a violet innate spiritual root was not the limit of an innate spiritual root. The limit of an innate spiritual root was a black innate spiritual root. Kerr. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Kerr through voice transmission. Is Si Ling's cultivation speed very fast? And it's ridiculously fast, ridiculously fast? Yes. Although Kerr did not know why Duan Lingtian would suddenly ask this, she still nodded and replied through voice transmission. Si Ling has displayed her outstanding innate talents since she was very young. However, I don't want her to live a tiring life at such a young age, so I don't allow her to cultivate. I didn't even tell you about Si Ling's innate talent. I'm afraid you'll let her cultivate because you don't want to waste her innate talent. Kerr's thoughts were simple. She just wanted her daughter to live happily every day and have a beautiful childhood. As for her daughter's innate talent, and the grade of her innate spiritual root, she did not care about it and did not want to care about it. Chapter 2244. You're doing the right thing. Duan Lingtian agreed with Kerr's decision. Regardless of how heaven-defying his daughter's innate talent was, he did not want her to cultivate so early and lose her childhood. A person only had one childhood in their life. Once it was lost, it would never come back. However, even then, Duan Lingtian was still shocked by his daughter's innate talent. Waves of shock surged in his heart as well. I really didn't expect that my daughter would have the innate spiritual root after the violet innate spiritual root that I've always been curious about. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought of this. Previously, when his innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark violet innate spiritual root, he had hoped his innate spiritual root would transform into the next grade of innate spiritual root. During this time, he was very curious about the next grade of innate spiritual root. However, he finally found out. After the dark violet innate spiritual root, the next grade of innate spiritual root was the black innate spiritual root. It was also the limit of the innate spiritual root. Before this, Duan Lingtian did not expect his daughter to possess the innate spiritual root. He did not expect his daughter to possess the innate spiritual root that he had always dreamed of. After he discovered his daughter's black innate spiritual root, it seemed as though he had opened a door to a whole new world. He finally knew what the limit of the innate spiritual root was. Black innate spiritual root. Black innate spiritual root. I have a clear goal now. After learning that the black innate spiritual root was the limit of the innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian finally had a clear goal. At the very least, he no longer had to be so clueless about his goal. Si Ling's innate spiritual root is the limit of the black innate spiritual root. It's meaningless to devour the devil clan's innate spiritual root to improve her innate spiritual root. I'll help Gan Ruyen improve her innate spiritual root first. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian decided to help Gan Ruyen improve her innate spiritual root. Of course, before that, he had to inform Gan Ruyen. After all, Gan Ruyen was different from his daughter, Duan Siling. His daughter did not have a cultivation base, and her divine consciousness had yet to be born. Even if he sent his divine consciousness into her soul, she would not feel anything. However, Gan Ruyen was completely different. Her cultivation base was at the Saint Celestial stage after all. If he rashly used his divine consciousness to invade her body, she would definitely resist. I plan to help you improve your innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian looked at Gan Ruyen and spoke bluntly without beating around the bush. Improve my innate spiritual root? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gan Ruyen couldn't help but be stunned. She couldn't react for a moment. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by improving the innate spiritual root? What's there to improve my innate spiritual root? I've heard that you currently have an indigo innate spiritual root. I'm confident I'll be able to improve your innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root within a month. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Gan Ruyen's reaction. Because any normal person would definitely have such a reaction when faced with such a situation. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gan Ruyen was stunned again. He would be able to improve her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root within a month? Duan Lingtian's words echoed in Gan Ruyen's ears. She was so shocked that Gan Ruyen's emotions were thrown into disarray. She could not help but question his words. Why, you're telling the truth? You can really improve my innate spiritual root? After a while, Gan Ruyen took a deep breath and regained her senses. She looked at Duan Lingtian skeptically as she asked. Although she felt it was impossible to improve her innate spiritual root, she did not think it was possible. However, when she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her solemnly and did not seem to be joking, she could not help but ask skeptically. What's wrong? Humph. If you're not interested, then forget it. Duan Lingtian scoffed. He was, naturally, displeased by Gan Ruyen's skepticism. If it was not for the fact that Gan Ruyen treated Kerr and her mother well, and Kerr also acknowledged her as an elder sister, he would not have helped Gan Ruyen improve her innate spiritual root. Now that Gan Ruyen was doubting him, naturally, he could not be bothered to help her improve her innate spiritual root. You. When Gan Ruyen saw Duan Lingtian's attitude toward her, she felt slightly embarrassed and angry. His attitude was worlds apart from Duan Lingtian's attitude toward her sister. Elder sister, Brother Tian won't lie to you. At this moment, Kerr spoke up to remind Gan Ruyen. Gan Ruyen naturally did not doubt her sister's words. Due to this reason, she was certain Duan Lingtian would be able to help her improve her innate spiritual root. For this reason, her heart was in turmoil. He can really help me improve my innate spiritual root? Is he still human? Gan Ruyen's heart was in turmoil, and she could not control herself. Who said I'm not interested? After regaining her senses, Gan Ruyen looked at Duan Lingtian and said anxiously, You said you'll help me improve my innate spiritual root. Kerr heard it as well. You can't go back on your word. At this moment, Gan Ruyen was only worried Duan Lingtian would really go back on his word. After all, if Duan Lingtian went back on his word, she would lose the opportunity to improve her innate spiritual root. Who would not want a violet innate spiritual root? Brother Tian, please help my sister improve her innate spiritual root. Kerr said to Duan Lingtian. Since Kerr had personally spoken, Duan Lingtian, who originally wanted to make things difficult for Gan Ruyen, dismissed the idea. Since you've spoken, Kerr, I won't hold it against her. Thank you, Brother Tian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a sweet smile appeared on Kerr's face. Upon seeing this, Gan Ruyen looked at Kerr gratefully. At the same time, a hint of envy and disappointment could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Her younger sister looked exactly like her. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, the difference in treatment between her and her sister was like heaven and earth. Although she didn't feel that it was unfair, she still felt a little conflicted and couldn't help but envy her younger sister. Over the next few days, as Duan Lingtian put the matter of improving one's innate spiritual root into practice, Gan Ruyan was shocked. She could not believe there was actually someone who could improve one's innate spiritual root. Although she was convinced by her sister's words, she could not help but feel shocked when she witnessed Duan Lingtian improving her innate spiritual root. There's actually such a technique in this world? Gan Ruyan was in a daze for a long time. When Gan Ruyan finally regained her senses, she could not help but ask Duan Lingtian, "You can also improve your innate spiritual root?" "Yes." In the face of Gan Ruyan's question, Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. Gan Ruyan felt bitter and disappointed when she saw this. She also dispelled the thought of continuing to ask questions to get to the bottom of this matter. Since Gan Ruyan originally possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, it was not difficult for him to improve it to a violet innate spiritual root. In less than a month's time, Duan Lingtian had achieved his initial goal. He had to help Gan Ruyan improve her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root within a month. How fast! When Gan Ruyan's innate spiritual root had improved to a violet innate spiritual root, she tried to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. The current her, whether it was the speed at which she sensed or absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, was completely different from before. She had improved by a few levels. If I'm still in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land and still practicing Zoroastrianism, with my current innate talent, I'd be able to improve by leaps and bounds. Gan Ruyan thought to herself. You can still improve your innate spiritual root? When Gan Ruyan discovered that her innate spiritual root had improved to a violet innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian was still devouring the Devil Clan's innate spiritual roots to help her improve her innate spiritual root. She was shocked. Was it not the end of the violet innate spiritual root? Humph! There are different grades of violet innate spiritual roots as well. Your current violet innate spiritual root is only a light violet. It's the worst violet innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian grunted in a low voice as he replied lazily. In the next month or so, Gan Ruyan realized she was like a frog at the bottom of a well. When her innate spiritual root had improved to a dark violet innate spiritual root, she discovered that her cultivation speed was much faster than before. Compared to when her innate spiritual root was only a light violet innate spiritual root, her cultivation speed was 10 times faster. What did this mean? No wonder. No wonder his cultivation speed is so heaven-defying. Gan Ruyan finally understood why Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was so fast. With such a method to improve his innate spiritual root, and such a high-grade innate spiritual root, how could his cultivation speed not be fast? However, Gan Ruyan was unaware of this. When Duan Lingtian was in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, his cultivation speed was fast not only because of his high-grade innate spiritual root, but also because of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. At that time, if Duan Lingtian possessed a dark violet innate spiritual root, with the help of the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he would have been able to obtain a dark violet innate spiritual root. With his current cultivation base, even if he had not broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would have at least broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If I'm still in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land and still practicing Zoroastrianism, with my high-grade innate spiritual root, apart from you and Kerr, who else would be a match for me? Gan Ruyan sighed emotionally. High-grade innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Gan Ruyan's words. He did not explain further. What do you mean? Don't tell me my innate spiritual root is not the highest grade innate spiritual root? Chapter 2245. Of course not. Initially, Duan Lingtian did not intend to explain himself. However, when he heard Gan Ruyan's words, he glanced at her indifferently. It's not. Gan Ruyan frowned. If a dark violet innate spiritual root isn't the highest grade innate spiritual root, what's the highest grade innate spiritual root? Black innate spiritual root. Duan Lintian replied. Black innate spiritual root? Gan Ruyan looked at Duan Lintian and asked solemnly. Don't tell me your innate spiritual root is already a black innate spiritual root? She asked this question because she thought Duan Lintian must have seen a black innate spiritual root before, since he was so direct and said the highest grade innate spiritual root was a black innate spiritual root. Perhaps he had already upgraded his innate spiritual root to the highest grade, the black innate spiritual root. No. Duan Lintian shook his head. Then you... Gan Ruyan wanted to say something but was interrupted by Duan Lintian. I'm too lazy to explain it to you. Believe it or not, it's up to you. At this moment, Duan Lintian was getting impatient as well. Gan Ruyan's questioning clearly showed that she was doubting his words and did not believe him. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to waste his time explaining. You... What's with your attitude? Gan Ruyan was infuriated when she saw Duan Lintian acting in such a manner. This guy was so patient when he was with her sister. However, when he was with her, he was completely impatient. How could she not be angry? At this moment, Gan Ruyan seemed to have forgotten that her sister's name was Duan Lintian. She had forgotten that her sister was Duan Lintian's wife. Sister, Siling's innate spiritual root is a black innate spiritual root. Moreover, there's no room for improvement. That's why Brother Tian said a black innate spiritual root is the highest grade innate spiritual root. Seeing that her sister was anxious, Kerr hurriedly explained. Siling has a black innate spiritual root? Upon hearing Kerr's words, Gan Ruyan instinctively extended her divine consciousness to probe the innate spiritual root in the depths of Duan Siling's soul. At this moment, Duan Siling was sleeping in Duan Lingtian's arms. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew what Gan Ruyan was trying to do when he sensed her divine consciousness moving toward him. He wanted to stop her, but on second thought, Gan Ruyan wouldn't hurt his daughter, so he dismissed the idea. It's really a black innate spiritual root. After some investigation, Gan Ruyan confirmed that Kerr possessed a black innate spiritual root. If a dark violet innate spiritual root is further improved, its color will become even darker. In the end, it seems like it's only possible for it to transform into a black innate spiritual root. Gan Ruyan sighed. However, after sighing, Gan Ruyan looked at Duan Lingtian and Kerr before she finally looked at Duan Lingtian. I know Kerr has a violet innate spiritual root. However, your innate spiritual root isn't a violet innate spiritual root, right? What are you trying to say? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. He could tell Gan Ruyan was hinting at something. I'm thinking. Put aside the fact that your innate spiritual root was not a violet innate spiritual root, even if it was, you and Kerr shouldn't have a child with a black innate spiritual root. After all, Kerr only has a violet innate spiritual root. Gan Ruyan said. Upon hearing Gan Ruyan's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. If Gan Ruyan did not mention this, he would not have thought about this. Indeed. Just as Gan Ruyan had said, even if two people with violet innate spiritual roots got together, it was still impossible for them to give birth to a child with a black innate spiritual root. After all, a black innate spiritual root was the limit of an innate spiritual root. It was extremely rare. At the very least, no one had heard of anyone with a black innate spiritual root in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Siling's innate spiritual root is indeed a black innate spiritual root. There are only two possibilities. Gan Ruyan continued to say. Firstly, your union caused a mutation in Siling's innate talent. That's why she has a black innate spiritual root. Secondly, Kerr is the reincarnation of the goddess that sect leader mentioned. It's not a rare thing for a descendant of the goddess to have an extreme innate spiritual root. Gan Ruyan continued to talk about Kerr being the reincarnation of the goddess. The reincarnation of the goddess is just a myth. Duan Lingtian rejected Gan Ruyan's second possibility. Previously, when he was still in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he had learned from the other Zoroastrianism guardians that Zoroastrianism was the reincarnation of the goddess. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism was the only person who said that the goddess was the reincarnation of the goddess. Everyone, including the three great guardians of Zoroastrianism, was certain that the goddess was the reincarnation of the goddess. The rumor that Kur, the saintess, was the reincarnation of the goddess was nothing but a lie. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian had spoken in such a manner. I don't think so. Gan Ruyan shook her head and said, If Kur isn't the reincarnation of the goddess, why is our innate talent so different? Her innate spiritual root is a dark violet innate spiritual root, but I don't even have a light violet innate spiritual root, let alone a dark violet innate spiritual root. Do you think it's reasonable for Kur to not be the reincarnation of the goddess? Gan Ruyan asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Currently, Gan Ruyan had begun to address her sister as Kur. This was because she knew that her younger sister preferred this name. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless when he heard Gan Ruyan's words. Indeed, if there was no such thing as the reincarnation of the goddess, Gan Ruyan and Kur would not be so different even if there was a difference in their innate talent. Naturally, it's also possible that Kur's innate talent has mutated. After all, only one of our parents has a light indigo innate spiritual root, while the other only has a blue innate spiritual root. Gan Ruyan continued to say, Si Ling's innate talent is similar to Si Ling's. Si Ling's current condition is similar to Kur's condition. Their innate talent is either due to a mutation or due to some other reason. For example, Kur is the reincarnation of a goddess. Gan Ruyan's words connected Duan Lingtian and Kur's daughter, Duan Siling, to Kur's situation. The mother and daughter's situation was similar. Upon hearing Gan Ruyan's words, Duan Lingtian began to waver. To be honest, he still believed in the so-called reincarnation. After all, to a certain extent, he was reincarnated. In his past life, he was the strongest weapons specialist on Earth. However, due to an accident, his soul had transmigrated to this world and was reincarnated. However, up until now, only the sect leader of Zoroastrianism was certain that Kur was the reincarnation of the goddess. Other Zoroastrianism members did not believe it. This affected Duan Lingtian's judgment to a certain extent. Moreover, based on Gan Ruyan's words, Duan Lingtian did not know what to believe. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. In the end, Duan Lingtian could not be bothered to think about it anymore. Regardless of whether Kur is the reincarnation of a goddess or not, she's still my wife. This is a fact that can't be changed. It's the same for Si Ling as well. No matter what the reason is, she possesses a black innate spiritual root. She's still my daughter! Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his eyes shone with determination. After helping Gan Ruyan improve her dark purple innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian discovered that there were still many devil clans on the mortal continent. I'll continue to search and improve my innate spiritual root. I'll look around to see if father, mother, and little Fei are still on the mortal continent. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he continued to bring the three women to places on the mortal continent that they had not been to before. Duan Lingtian killed the devil clans one after another. Their innate spiritual roots became nutrients for Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root, paving the way for his innate spiritual root to become a black innate spiritual root. Unfortunately, the difference between a black innate spiritual root and a violet innate spiritual root was too big. Even if it was a dark purple innate spiritual root, it would still take a long time for it to become a black innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian had a deep feeling about this when he finished searching the last mortal continent. This was because he had not even touched the threshold to becoming a black innate spiritual root yet. I've searched all three mortal continents, but father, mother, and little Fei aren't here. My next step is to search the sea to see if they're hiding somewhere. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian brought the three women away from the mortal continent and traveled through the sea between the mortal continent and the Dao Martial Saint Land. The sea was vast and boundless. Although it could not be compared to the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was not smaller than the 3 mortal continents combined. For half a year, Duan Lingtian brought the 3 women and traveled through the sea. During this process, he had also encountered many demons. These devils were much stronger and had higher innate talents than the devils he had encountered in the 3 mortal continents. In comparison, the quality of their innate spiritual roots was much higher as well. For this reason, after half a year, Duan Lingtian had not only touched the threshold to becoming a black innate spiritual root. Moreover, he was only a step away from becoming a black innate spiritual root. I'm just one step away from transforming my innate spiritual root into a black innate spiritual root. Moreover, a black innate spiritual root doesn't seem to have a light black or dark black color. Look at my current innate spiritual root. If I take another step, it'll be completely black. The initial black luster on it is similar to the luster on Xiling's black innate spiritual root. Chapter 2246. I wonder how much faster my cultivation speed will be after my innate spiritual root has completely transformed into a black innate spiritual root. I'm really looking forward to it. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, his eyes shone brightly as though they could burn the heavens and earth. Although his cultivation speed was much faster than when his violet innate spiritual root had just transformed into a dark violet innate spiritual root, it was still not enough. Due to this reason, there was a limit to how much it could improve. Currently, although Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was only a step away from a black innate spiritual root, the gap was insurmountable. If Duan Lingtian did not manage to cross the gap, his innate spiritual root would only be a violet innate spiritual root. However, once he crossed the gap, his innate spiritual root would completely transform into a black innate spiritual root. His innate talent would also transform from a pheasant to a phoenix. As for how much his innate talent would improve, he would only know when the time came. Unfortunately, there's still no news about father, mother, and little Fei. After Duan Lingtian shifted his attention away from his innate spiritual root, he could not help but sigh. During this half a year, he had not forgotten to search for his family and friends while he was killing the devil clans and devouring their innate spiritual roots. However, even after half a year had passed, he still did not find anything. It's been a year since I left the human devil saint city. I wonder what's the situation in the Debussy subterranean? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had left the human devil saint city for a year. During this year, he had spent half of his time in the various seas. The other half had been given to the 3 mortal continents. During this time, Duan Lingtian had swept through the devil clans in the 3 mortal continents and the various seas. Countless devil clans had died in his hands. Moreover, he had even annihilated many devil clans. Naturally, the devil clans he had killed were from the bottom of the devil clans in the land of exile. Compared to the entire demon race, it was not even worth mentioning. Therefore, their annihilation did not cause too much of a commotion. Now, return to the Debussy subterranean. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian brought the 3 ladies back to the Debussy subterranean. Since father, mother, and little Fei aren't in the mortal continent or the various seas, there's only one possibility: they're still in the Debussy subterranean. Because of this, Duan Lingtian brought the 3 women back to the Debussy subterranean. Duan Lingtian brought the 3 girls back to the Debussy subterranean. Regardless of whether it was in the various seas or the 3 mortal continents, many of the devilish beings who had managed to survive for various reasons had also fled in a panicked manner. When they returned to the Debussy subterranean, a shocking piece of news spread everywhere. A human powerhouse had wiped out the devilish beings in the 3 mortal continents and the various seas. He had even annihilated many devil clans. Although this piece of news had spread far and wide, it did not garner much attention. According to some of the devil clan's powerhouses, that human powerhouse can only find a sense of presence among the weaklings of the devil clan. If he's really capable, he should come to the Debussy subterranean. Some of the devil clan's powerhouses even said, as long as that human powerhouse dares to show himself in the Debussy subterranean, he won't be able to return. When this piece of news reached Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian had already brought the three women back to the human devil holy city. As long as I dare to show myself in the Debussy subterranean, I won't be able to return. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a disdainful sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. With his current strength, he was not afraid of devils below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if he had to face a devil at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, as long as he had time to prepare, he might be able to put up a fight. If he used the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, he was confident he would be able to kill devils below the eminent celestial stage. Even if he did not have time to prepare, he was confident he would be able to kill most ordinary devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with the Devil Seal Tablet, even if he did not dare to say he would be able to kill all devils below the eminent celestial stage. And this is because the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, is missing a corner. It's incomplete. If the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, is complete, I might be able to kill devils at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage if my cultivation base improves to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought about this. They were like two dazzling stars in the night sky. Although I haven't fully immersed myself in cultivation in the past year, I haven't slacked off either. Currently, I'm only half a step away from breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if my innate spiritual root hasn't transformed into a black innate spiritual root, I'm confident I'll be able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage within a month. At that time, I'll join the Wandering Saint Palace. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was on his way back to the Human Devil Saint City, he had already planned his next step. Once his cultivation base broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would join the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls of the Human Devil clan. He would strive to become a high-ranking official in the Wandering Saint Palace, and slowly gain control of the Wandering Saint Palace. One had to admit that Duan Lingtian was very ambitious. His goal was to take control of the Wandering Saint Palace, and turn it into his own force. Once I gain control of the Wandering Saint Palace, not only will it be easier for me to search for my parents, Little Fayer, and the others, but I'll also be able to lead the Wandering Saint Palace to side with the humans during the Great Human Devil War. This was the reason why Duan Lingtian wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace and gain control of the Wandering Saint Palace. The Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's said that he's not an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Once my cultivation base has broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I might be able to defeat him with the help of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with confidence when he thought about this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the 3 women were in a private room in a restaurant in the Human Devil Saint City. The private room was close to the main hall of the restaurant so one could hear the commotion outside. Apart from the occasional mention of how many low-level demons had been killed by a human expert on the 3 mortal continents and the various seas, most people were still discussing how the young elites of the 3 palaces and 6 halls had been killed a year ago. I can't believe this matter is still not over after a year, Duan Lingtian sighed as a strange expression appeared on his face. There are actually people who suspect the deaths of the young powerhouses from the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the ruin left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master has something to do with the Wandering Saint Palace. The reason they had such suspicions was because other than the 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace who had died outside the ruin, none of the disciples who had entered the ruin had died. Among the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls who had entered the ruin, only the disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were safe. As long as it was a normal person, they would definitely be suspicious. Although they were suspicious, the 3 palaces and 6 halls would not make things difficult for the Wandering Saint Palace before they had any evidence. It seems like some of the human devils I killed in the ruins left behind by the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master are quite powerful. It's already been a year, but the 3 palaces and 6 halls still haven't given up and are still investigating, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, he was not worried the 3 palaces and 6 halls would find out he was the culprit. As long as Huang Wenjing from the Wandering Saint Palace did not say anything, no one would know he was the culprit. Moreover, even if the 3 palaces and 6 halls found out he was the culprit, he would not have anything to fear as long as he had more time. However, the most important thing now is to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as soon as possible. At that time, even if I join the Wandering Saint Palace, I'll still be able to make a name for myself with my strength. Duan Lingtian was eager to find a place to cultivate when he thought about this. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Duan Lingtian brought the 3 ladies out of the restaurant and found an inn to stay in. This inn was the same one he had stayed in with the 3 ladies previously. It was one of the properties of the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. It was very safe. Before returning to the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Lingtian killed a few more human devils and absorbed the devil chi in their bodies. He hid the devil chi in his and the 3 ladies' bodies to prevent their identities from being exposed. If their identities were exposed, they would become the enemy of the entire Human Devil clan. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he was not strong enough to go against the entire Human Devil clan. I won't be in closed-door cultivation for more than a month. Don't go out during this time, Duan Lingtian told Kerr before he went into closed-door cultivation. Okay. Kerr nodded obediently. While Duan Lingtian was in closed-door cultivation, whoosh! A figure that was like a hurricane appeared at the location of the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He's back! The figure belonged to a young man dressed in a long green robe. His facial features were similar to Duan Lingtian's. He was none other than Duan Ruffeng, who had been sent away by the age-soul devouring blood formation a year ago. Previously, Duan Ruffeng had been sent to the land of exile when he entered the transportation formation activated by the age-soul devouring blood formation. The land of exile was a completely unfamiliar place to Duan Ruffeng. Moreover, most of the devils in the land of exile had gone to the Dao Martial Saint Land, causing the land of exile to become much emptier. Chapter 2247. A year ago, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was in an uproar because of a young powerhouse called Duan Lingtian. That young powerhouse was not even 50 years old, but he possessed terrifying strength. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, when the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were waiting for him to continue to shine, he suddenly disappeared. However, he had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Some said he was in closed-door cultivation to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Some said he might have broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and was waiting for the Celestial Ascension Tribulation to become an eminent Celestial. In any case, there had been no news about him since a year ago. A year's time was neither too long nor too short. Although the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had not completely forgotten about him, they paid less and less attention to him as time passed. During this 1 year, the Dao Martial Saint Land was not peaceful at all. An ancient sect had appeared once again. This sect was called the 7 Absolutes sect. It was a top sect that once stood at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's said that when the 7 Absolute sect was at its peak, the 3 most powerful sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land had to band together in order to survive. Currently, many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land knew about the history of the past. When the 3 great sects faced the 7 Absolute sect, they had to band together to survive? Is this for real? Isn't this too exaggerated and unbelievable? Naturally, many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were skeptical. After all, the 3 great sects were the strongest forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If any one of the sects stood out alone, there would be no 4th power that could compete with them. Now, someone was saying that there was once a sect called the 7 Absolutes sect that suppressed the 3 great sects to the point they could not even lift their heads. How could they believe this? Unbelievable? Unbelievable? Faced with the doubts of many people, those who knew the truth shook their heads and smiled. At this moment, many people who were in the know continued to leak out more information. Since you doubt the strength of the Seven Absolute Sect, you can't possibly doubt the strength of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, the prodigy of our Dao Martial Saint land, right? The prodigy Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing this name, most of the people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land could not help but gasp before an expression of reverence appeared on their faces. Even the people from the three great sects were no exception. If one said, in the history of the Dao Martial Saint land, whose name could be passed down from ancient times and still be remembered by the people after 100,000 years? Only prodigy Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. Legend had Feng Qingyang, prodigy Sword Saint land, Feng Qingyang, and prodigy Sword Saint land. During that time, not only was he the main character, but he was also like a ruler. Throughout the history of the Dao Martial Saint land, there was only one person who had managed to kill an eminent celestial who had passed the heavenly tribulation before he had even passed the heavenly tribulation. That person was none other than the prodigy Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. It's said that during the era of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, before he underwent the heavenly tribulation, the number of eminent celestials who died in his hands was more than 10. Moreover, he killed all of them with just a sword strike. Feng Qingyang's deeds had been passed down for generations in the Dao Martial Saint land. For this reason, there were not many people in the Dao Martial Saint land who did not know about Feng Qingyang. It was all because the deeds he had left behind all those years ago were truly too shocking. His battle record had never been broken by anyone to this day. Feng Qingyang's greatest battle was when he fought 3 eminent celestials who had joined forces before he passed the heavenly tribulation. The 3 eminent celestials died in the battle. I've heard about that battle as well. It's said that Feng Qingyang only used 2 swords to kill them. With his cultivation base at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he killed 3 eminent celestials who had joined forces with just 2 swords. It's the most shocking battle in the history of the Dao Martial Saint land. It's precisely because of this battle that the prodigy Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang's name was passed down even after 100,000 years. Almost everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land who had lived for a long time knew about the prodigy Sword Saint in the Dao Martial Saint land. Moreover, they knew this prodigy Sword Saint had killed 3 eminent celestials with just 2 swords when his cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Both parties were prepared for that battle. There was no sneak attack at all. Because of this, that battle was still passed down even after 100,000 years. Due to that battle, people knew about the prodigy Sword Saint. There was once such a monstrous and powerful sword cultivator in the Dao Martial Saint land. Before the prodigy Sword Saint Feng Qingyang ascended, he was the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect. When this news spread, it caused a commotion in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. The prodigy Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect? This is my first time hearing about this. It's said that the reason the 7 Absolute sect was able to suppress the 3 great sects was partly because of the other members of the 7 Absolute sect. However, most importantly, it was because of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. If the prodigy Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, is really from the 7 Absolute sect, then I believe the 7 Absolute sect was able to suppress the 3 great sects. I believe so too. With the prodigy Sword Saint's strength, I'm afraid he could annihilate the 3 great sects if he wanted to. I think so too. Before Duan Lingtian left, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land was shaken because of him. In the 1 year after Duan Lingtian left, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land was shaken because of the 7 Absolute sect. The people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land knew about the 7 Absolute sect because of the 7 Absolute sect. In the past 1 year, the disciples of the 7 Absolute sect had appeared in various places in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land and challenged various powerhouses. I'm Gu Li, the successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. A young powerhouse called Gu Li had appeared in a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land a year ago. He had defeated the leader of the first-rate force and entered the 39th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. After defeating the leader of the first-rate force, he had left these words behind before he left. From then on, the name of the Seven Absolute sect began to spread in a small circle. Yu Wu-Ying, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. When the feminine voice resounded in the Heaven Divination sect's encampment, a voice rang out. An oracle at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Heaven Divination sect was assassinated. The entire Heaven Divination sect was shocked. Provocation. It was a blatant provocation. The Heaven Divination sect and the Seven Absolutes sect were mortal enemies. Now that a disciple from the Seven Absolutes sect had appeared in the Heaven Divination sect's estate and assassinated their high priest, it was only natural that the Heaven Divination sect was furious. The great priest of the Heaven Divination sect, Mo Xian, was so furious that he personally made a move to capture the disciple from the Seven Absolute sect who called himself Yu Wu-Ying. However, he did not manage to capture him in the end. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation to the Heaven Divination sect. For this reason, the sect leader of the Heaven Divination sect had personally ordered the sect to keep this news a secret. However, could such a huge matter be concealed just by blocking the news? Soon after, news of this matter spread out of the Heaven Divination sect and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, shocking everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Isn't that person from the Seven Absolutes sect too bold? He actually dared to sneak into the Heaven Divination sect and assassinate an oracle at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he even succeeded. Rumor has it that the oracle was killed by him with just a single strike. Although the Heaven Divination sect didn't manage to keep the news a secret, they managed to conceal the identity of the Heaven Divination sect's high priest. I wonder who the high priest is. Although the oracles of the Heaven Divination sect are all at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, there's still a huge gap in their strength. I wonder who Yu Wu-Ying killed? Currently, even the Supreme Saint ranking can't give him a ranking. Even the weakest oracle in the Heaven Divination sect is ranked in the top 30 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Yu Wu-Ying, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, is definitely ranked in the top 30 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Yu Wu-Ying, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, had become famous in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. That damned ladyboy. He actually made such a big deal out of it. Gu Li could not help but curse inwardly when he heard about this matter. A hint of jealousy could be seen in his eyes. He was jealous that Yu Wu-Ying was more famous than him. Although he was jealous, he knew he was not as powerful as Yu Wu-Ying for now. Put aside the fact that Yu Wu-Ying's foundation was better than his current strength was stronger than his as well. Even if Yu Wu-Ying's current strength was on par with his, he might not be able to kill someone that Yu Wu-Ying could kill. After all, Yu Wu-Ying was the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. He was skilled in assassinations and could often kill his enemies without them noticing. The successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect? Seven Absolute sect. Seven Absolutes. Does this mean there are seven absolutes in the Seven Absolute sect? As the news of Yu Wu-Ying assassinating the Heaven Divination sect's high priest spread, his name spread in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Many people began to study the words he left behind in the Heaven Divination sect. The words mentioned that he was the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. And the meaning of this sentence was unknowingly explained to the world. Chapter 2248. Naturally, there are other progenies in the Seven Absolute sect. There were many knowledgeable people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land who had a certain understanding of the Seven Absolute sect. The Seven Absolute sect is divided into seven absolutes. The first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect belongs to the progeny of the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. That Sword Saint was known as the successor of the Fog Rain progeny in his era. In other words, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect is the Fog Rain progeny. When this news spread, it caused a commotion in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. As it turned out, the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect, was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. After the first absolute, there are 6 absolutes. The second absolute is the Prophet progeny. The Oracle Man who's wanted by the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land is actually the successor of the Prophet progeny of the Seven Absolutes sect. When this news spread, it caused another commotion in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. If one were to say, previously, they had never heard of the Seven Absolutes sect. They had only heard of the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. As for the old man of heavenly secrets, his name was like thunder in their ears. Although the Oracle Man's cultivation base was not high, and he was ranked in the hundreds of places on the Supreme Saint ranking, he was able to predict the future. However, his ability to see the future was famous in the Dao Martial Saint land. He was even given the title of Peerless Divine by the people in the Dao Martial Saint land. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, many people wanted to have their fortunes told by the Oracle Man. However, not many people got what they wanted. And some lucky people, after receiving the guidance of Elder Tianji, who were already entangled in fate, were able to further improve their purple chi from the east. Those who were about to face calamity were able to turn misfortune into blessings, reversing their fates. There were even some who managed to save their lives. It was precisely because of the experiences of these lucky people that the Oracle Man was pushed to the top, and made the Oracle Man famous in the Dao Martial Saint land. In the Dao Martial Saint land, regardless of whether it was the lower province or the upper province, the name the Oracle Man was well known. I didn't expect the Oracle Man to be from the Seven Absolutes sect. The Oracle Man, the second absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, Prophet. I really didn't expect this. I was wondering why the 3 great sects would target the Oracle Man. As it turns out, it's because the Oracle Man is from the Seven Absolutes sect. Given the enmity between the 3 great sects and the Seven Absolutes sect, since the Oracle Man is a member of the Seven Absolutes sect, they must see the Oracle Man as a thorn in their side. Even if the Oracle Man is no threat to them. At this moment, the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land finally understood the reason why the 3 great sects were targeting the Oracle Man. Apart from the Fog Rain Absolute and the Prophet Absolute, I only know about the Dark Shadow Absolute. Who knows about the other 4 Absolutes in the Seven Absolutes sect? More and more people were curious about the Seven Absolutes sect that had been sealed away for many years. After all, it was a powerful sect that once stood at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint land. Even the prodigy Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, was from there. I know about one of the other 4 absolutes. It's the third absolute, Kratos. The successor of the Kratos progeny is called Gu Li. Not long ago, he defeated the sect leader of a first-rate sect. His name will appear on the next Supreme Saint ranking. Although the sect leader of the first-rate sect that Gu Li defeated was not weak, his presence in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land was nothing compared to the 3 great sections. For this reason, he was not as famous as Yu Wuing. While the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land were paying attention to the Seven Absolutes sect, another shocking piece of news spread and shocked the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. A young woman who claimed to be the successor of the Red Dust progeny, the 7th absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, killed the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism outside the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate. I think her name is Han Xuanai. The moment this news spread, it swept through the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land like a hurricane. Although the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was ranked in the top 20 on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, he was killed by a young woman. Most importantly, it was a young woman. Han Xuanai was the successor of the Red Dust progeny, the 7th absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. When the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism was killed, a commotion broke out in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. The high-ranking officials of Zhuangzi Buddhism, led by Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, began to search for Han Xuanai in a frenzy. Unfortunately, no matter how big of a commotion they caused, they still could not find Han Xuanai. Shouldn't the 7 absolutes of the 7 absolute sect be weaker as they rank lower? Many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were puzzled when they learned that Han Xuanai was only the successor of the Red Dust progeny, the 7th absolute of the 7 absolute sect. The members of the 7 absolute sect are each stronger than the other. I'm afraid Han Xuanai is stronger than Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolute sect. I think so too. Most importantly, she's a woman. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there aren't many women who are ranked in the top 20 of the Supreme Saint ranking. The 7 absolute sect is indeed a powerful sect that once stood at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even a female member is so powerful. To a certain extent, Han Xuanai's appearance was even more shocking. After all, she was a woman. In this world, women were born weak. In terms of innate talent, they were generally inferior to men. Who said women were inferior to men? Han Xuanai's appearance seemed to be telling all the men in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, do not underestimate women. It's said that there are very few people in the 7 absolute sect. However, under such circumstances, there's actually such a powerful female member. How rare! That's right. This is too shocking. Many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were still lamenting about this. An even more shocking piece of news swept through the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land from the central province. Feng Tianwu, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the 5th absolute of the 7 absolute sect. When the soft and melodious voice of a woman resounded in the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate. One of the 2 remaining great Karmapa in the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the White Tiger King, had died. The person who killed the White Tiger King was none other than Feng Tianwu, who claimed to be the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the 5th absolute of the 7 absolute sect. It was said that after Feng Tianwu killed the White Tiger King, she left a message and left. Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, who had arrived a little later, was so furious that his face turned green. He flew into a rage and destroyed a mountain near the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate. The successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the 5th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, Feng Tianwu. My goodness! Another female disciple. Who said women are not as good as men? The female members of the 7 absolute sect are really valiant. Even the strongest male member of the 7 absolute sect, Yu Wuing, pales in comparison to Feng Tianwu. The 7 invincible sect, is a sect led by women? Feng Tianwu's attack had shocked everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, the most shocking thing about her was her gender. The 7 absolute sect had very few members, and it was already shocking that a powerful female member like Han Xuanai had appeared. Now there was another person like Feng Tianwu. The successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the 5th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, is really powerful. Even the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 11th on the Supreme Saint ranking, was killed by her. Currently, the only female powerhouse who's ranked higher than her on the Supreme Saint ranking is the Violet Dragon King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, right? I think so. Not only did Feng Tianwu's appearance shock everyone, but it also made them realize how terrifying the 7 absolute sect that had been sealed for many years was. The 7 absolute sect would not appear in the world. Now that they had appeared, it was truly terrifying. We have to work harder. Otherwise, people will really think that the men of the 7 absolute sect are weak. When they learned that Feng Tianwu had killed the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Nangong Chun and Nangong Yi, the successors of the Didymus progeny, the 6th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, felt a great deal of pressure. Although they had joined forces to defeat a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had made a name for himself for many years, they were still able to defeat him. In terms of reputation, he was not even comparable to an ordinary high-ranking official at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the 3 great sects. No matter how weak a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage was, he would still be a vice-sect leader in the 3 great sections. That person hasn't made her move yet. I wonder how shocked the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land will be when she makes her move. Nangongyi muttered to himself. Upon hearing Nangongyi's words, Nangongchen nodded solemnly. He agreed with Nangongyi's words. In a direct confrontation, that person might be on par with Feng Tianwu, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the 5th absolute of the 7 absolutes sect. However, that person's most terrifying technique was not a direct confrontation. This was because she was a Dao cultivator. Moreover, she was a heaven-defying Dao cultivator who could determine the life and death of a person from 10,000 miles away. 7 Absolutes sect, the successor of the prophet progeny, the last disciple of the oracle man. When the cold female voice resounded in the central main hall of the Heaven Divination Sect's estate, the sect leader of Heaven Divination Sect, a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, was killed in front of Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect. When the sect leader of Heaven Divination Sect died, he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. There were no external injuries at all. Moreover, he had fallen in front of the high-ranking officials of Heaven Divination Sect led by Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect. From the beginning until the end, even Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect, who was ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking, did not see anyone attacking the sect leader of Heaven Divination Sect. Roar! Mo Xian was furious when he saw the sect leader of Heaven Divination Sect being killed in front of him. He roared as he searched for the culprit. Chapter 2249. Meanwhile, the sect leader of Heaven Divination Sect was silently killed. In a small valley 10,000 miles away from the Heaven Divination Sect's estate, a woman hovered in the air. Her delicate body trembled slightly. She was dressed in a snow-white robe. She looked like a celestial maiden who had descended from the heavens. She, who had an outstanding temperament, made everything around her seem to be overshadowed. The woman's waist-length hair fell to her back like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. Although her face was covered by a white veil, her face was flawless. However, looking at the other half of her face that was flawless, as if it had been carefully sculpted, it was not hard to imagine the peerless beauty under the white veil. She stood there without any deliberate movements, but she was like an ice goddess. She invisibly emitted waves of ice-cold aura, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to drop a few degrees. It's quite difficult to kill a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage with the life-reversing curse, the woman murmured to herself. At this moment, as the woman muttered to herself, the beautiful face under the veil paled slightly. It was as if she had suffered a great deal of pressure in that instant. As soon as the woman finished speaking, she seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared, returning peace to the small valley. At this moment, if there was another person here, he or she would be shocked to see the same thing. The originally lush greenery within a 100-meter radius of the small valley withered as soon as the woman left. It was as though they had lost all their vitality in just a blink of an eye. The originally lush greenery within a 100-meter radius turned yellow in just a blink of an eye. The area where the small valley was located was originally a stretch of emerald green. Now that a withered and yellow land with a radius of 100 meters had suddenly appeared, it was especially eye-catching if one were to look down from the sky. After a few hours, Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect, flew over the area. When he looked down and saw the withered and yellow land amidst the emerald green, his eyes suddenly narrowed. After which, he stepped on the air and landed in the small valley. I remember this place used to be lush greenery. However, all the greenery within a 100-meter radius has withered. Furthermore, my divine sense can still sense the life force that is constantly fading away from their bodies. Mo Xian's expression turned even more solemn when he realized this. In other words, the flowers and trees in this area began to wither not long ago. Moreover, they withered in an instant. At this moment, a thought flashed through Mo Xian's mind. As the Heaven Divination Sect master bled to death from his 7 orifices and fell to the ground, the words that reverberated in the void echoed in his ears. 7 Absolute Sect, the current successor of the divination lineage, the last disciple of the oracle man. This sentence was also a reminder to him. The person who had attacked was the current successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's heavenly fate line. Moreover, it was a female disciple of the Seven Absolutes sect. Seven Absolutes sect, heavenly oracle lineage. At the same time, he began to search for information about the Seven Absolutes sect's second absolute, the prophet progeny, in his mind. After all, he was the great oracle of the heaven divination sect. He had lived for a long time, so it was only natural that he knew a lot about the ancient records in the heaven divination sect. Among the records, he knew about the era when the Seven Absolute sect suppressed the three great sects, including the heaven divination sect. During the era when the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang, was still alive, the successors of the other six absolutes of the Seven Absolute sect were all outstanding. Even if they didn't rely on the Seven Absolute sect, they were still famous in the Dao martial saint land at that time. Although the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, had the weakest cultivation base, he knew a heaven-defying curse art. He was the first known heaven-defying Dao cultivator in the Dao martial saint land. However, the successor of the prophet's cultivation base was only at the sixth form of the saint's celestial stage. It's said that he died of old age. The people he could kill with the heaven-defying art of cursing were at the seventh form of the saint's celestial stage at most. He didn't have the ability to kill someone at the eighth form of the saint's celestial stage. Mo Xian, the great oracle of heaven divination sect, narrowed his eyes when he thought of this. An expression of horror appeared on his face as he thought to himself, it seems like the current successor of the heavenly legacy sect is also a heaven-defying Dao cultivator. Not only did she inherit the heaven-defying curse art from the successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect, but her cultivation base is also quite high. At the very least, her cultivation base is at the seventh form of the saint's celestial stage. Otherwise, it's impossible for her to kill the sect leader of the heaven divination sect. When Mo Xian, the grand oracle of heaven divination sect, thought to himself, his expression darkened immediately. It was so dark that it seemed as though water would drip from his face at any moment. Once the life-reversing art of cursing is used, everything within 100-meter radius will wither and die, devoid of life. Based on his understanding of the successor of the prophet progeny, Mo Xian was certain of this. For this reason, he was certain the successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect was also a heaven-defying Dao cultivator who had mastered the heaven-defying curse art. A heaven-defying Dao cultivator has appeared again. Moreover, this heaven-defying Dao cultivator's cultivation base is much stronger than the successor of the prophet progeny. She's at least at the seventh form of the saint's celestial stage. Mo Xian's pupils shrank as he muttered to himself. A heaven-defying Dao cultivator was terrifying. Although the successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect only had a cultivation base at the sixth form of the saint's celestial stage, he had struck fear into the hearts of the people in the Dao martial saint land. This was because he could use the heaven-defying curse art to kill people from thousands of miles away. This was even more terrifying than the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny from the Seven Absolute sect. At the very least, the Dark Shadow progeny would have to personally make a move. However, the successor of the prophet progeny did not have to personally make a move. He could kill people with just a thought. Back then, the successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect was feared by all those below the eighth form of the saint's celestial stage. After all, he could kill them with just a thought. Moreover, they would be killed without even realizing it. However, since the successor of the prophet progeny's cultivation base has stagnated at the sixth form of the saint's celestial stage, it'll be difficult for him to make any progress. After all, if he doesn't break through to the seventh form of the saint's celestial stage, it'll only be a matter of time before he dies. As long as he dies, there won't be any heaven-defying Dao cultivators in this world. Not only did Mo Xian not heave a sigh of relief, but his expression was solemn as well. However, not only did the successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect have a heaven-defying Dao cultivator, but she's at the seventh form of the saint's celestial stage or above. This means she has an endless lifespan. As long as there are no accidents, she'll be able to cultivate to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage sooner or later. Mo Xian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. How powerful was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? With just a thought, she could cast the heaven-defying art of cursing. Would anyone below the level of an eminent celestial be able to survive? Although I'm certain there's a limit to a heaven-defying secret tactic like the heaven-defying art of cursing, anyone who doesn't know the limit would treat it like the Grim Reaper. Even Mo Xian, the great priest of the Heaven Divination sect who was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was no exception to this. After so many years, not only has the 7 Absolute sect reappeared, but the 2nd Absolute, the Prophet progeny, has even produced such a monstrous genius. Don't tell me the 7 Absolute sect is going to regain its former glory and suppress our 3 great sects? If the successor of the Prophet progeny is already so terrifying, what would happen if the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, appears? Mo Xian shuddered in fear when he thought about this. At the same time, he also realized, the 7 Absolute sect must have come prepared this time. The sect leader of Heaven Divination sect had been killed in front of Mo Xian, the great priest of Heaven Divination sect, who was ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. When this news spread from the Heaven Divination sect's estate, it naturally shocked the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. The successor of the Prophet progeny and the last disciple of the Oracle Man in the 7 Absolute sect. The words left behind by the person who killed the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. I heard the successor of the Prophet progeny, the 2nd Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, who killed the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect, is a woman. Everyone in the Heaven Divination sect heard it clearly. It was a woman's voice. Heavens! Are all the women in the 7 Absolute sect so fierce? First, there was Han Xianai, then there was Feng Tianwu. Now, there's a successor of the Prophet progeny who's a woman. That's not the point. The point is, when the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect died, the great priest of Heaven Divination sect, Mo Xian, was right next to him. However, even Mo Xian didn't sense any danger before the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect was killed. This is the most terrifying part. Don't tell me the successor of the Prophet progeny from the 7 Absolute sect is an eminent celestial? Even Mo Xian, the great priest of Heaven Divination sect, didn't see any signs of her attack? Impossible! If the successor of the Prophet progeny from the 7 Absolute sect is an eminent celestial, based on the enmity between the Heaven Divination sect and the 7 Absolute sect, she would have annihilated the Heaven Divination sect a long time ago. Why would she only kill the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect? You're right. However, what's going on? Those in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land shuddered when they heard about the technique the successor of the Prophet progeny from the 7 Absolute sect used to kill people. Don't tell me the successor of the Prophet progeny from the 7 Absolute sect is also a heaven-defying Dao cultivator. Chapter 2251. A heaven-defying Dao cultivator? What's that? I know about Dao cultivators, but what's a heaven-defying Dao cultivator? This is my first time hearing about a heaven-defying Dao cultivator as well. Most people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land were confused when they heard people speculating that the current successor of the Prophet progeny was a heaven-defying Dao cultivator. What was a heaven-defying Dao cultivator? As those who speculated that the current successor of the 7 Absolute sect was a heaven-defying Dao cultivator gave further explanations, the others finally understood the meaning of the words. Heaven-defying Dao cultivator. As it turns out, a heaven-defying Dao cultivator is a Dao cultivator who has mastered the heaven-defying art of cursing. There's only one heaven-defying Dao cultivator in the history of the Dao Martial Saint land. That heaven-defying Dao cultivator was the successor of the Prophet progeny, the 2nd Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect during the era of the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang. It's said that the successor of the Prophet progeny could kill people from 10,000 miles away with the heaven-defying art of cursing. Most importantly, With his cultivation base at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he could even kill people at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. During that era, people below the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage were terrified of the successor of the prophet progeny. After all, they wouldn't be able to defend themselves if the successor of the prophet progeny wanted to kill them. At that time, many people rejoiced that the old prophet didn't manage to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, if he managed to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he would be immortal. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to the 8th form, the 9th form, and even the eminent celestial stage. Who in the Dalmartial Saint Land would be able to defeat such a terrifying person if he broke through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Everyone in the upper province of the Dalmartial Saint Land was shocked when they learned about the heaven-defying Dao cultivator. As it turned out, there was such a heaven-defying Dao cultivator in the history of the Dalmartial Saint Land. He could kill people from 10,000 miles away. What kind of terrifying technique was that? I can't believe another heaven-defying Dao cultivator has appeared in our Dalmartial Saint Land after 100,000 years. Moreover, he's also the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect. This successor is even more terrifying than the successor from 100,000 years ago. Based on how she managed to kill the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect from 10,000 miles away, her cultivation base is at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Not only was the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was also ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Now that the successor of the prophet progeny from the 7 absolute sect has killed him, he'll replace him as the 10th powerhouse on the Supreme Saint ranking. The female disciples of the 7 invincible sect are indeed monsters. Indeed. Especially this descendant of Tianji, he's even more terrifying. With her suspected cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it's only a matter of time before she breaks through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and becomes an eminent celestial. The current successor of the prophet progeny from the 7 absolute sect is indeed terrifying. Once she's fully grown, she'll be able to kill anyone with just a thought. How can there be such a terrifying technique like the heaven-defying art of cursing in this world? It's simply heaven-defying. In the upper province of the Dalmartial Saint Land, as news of the current successor of the prophet progeny from the 7 absolute sect being a heaven-defying Dao cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage spread, it caused another wave of panic. Such a terrifying heaven-defying Dao cultivator actually had an endless lifespan. Just hearing about it sent chills down people's spines. They did not feel safe at all. It's good that we didn't offend the 7 absolute sect. However, I'm afraid the 3 great sects are in trouble. Many people sighed in relief when they thought about how they did not have any conflict with the successor of the prophet progeny from the 7 absolute sect. While they heaved a sigh of relief, they also silently mourned for the 3 great sections. After all, the enmity between the 3 great sects and the 7 absolute sect had been accumulated for 100,000 years. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were absolutely irreconcilable. For the current successor of the 7 absolute sect, the sect master of the Heaven Divination sect is probably just the beginning. I think so too. With her strength, she might not be able to threaten the powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and the 3 great sections. However, she can kill those below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with just a thought. Terrifying. It's too scary. Most of the people in the upper province of the Dalmartial Saint Land felt that this was not the case. After the 7 absolute sect's current successor killed the Heaven Divination sect master with the life-reversing art of curse, he would definitely make his move on the other 3 great sections. At this time, a different voice sounded. The 7 absolute sect has appeared and killed so many powerhouses from the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect. Don't tell me they don't care about humans at all. After all, the devil clans from the land of exile have already invaded the lower province of the Dalmartial Saint Land. They might invade the upper province at any time. Similar voices could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At this time, many people disagreed with this. As far as I know, the people from the three great sects have killed countless members of the Seven Absolute sect over the past 100,000 years. Now that the Seven Absolute sect finally has a few outstanding disciples, don't tell me they're not allowed to take revenge? That's right. Although revenge breeds revenge, the enmity between the three great sects and the Seven Absolute sect is already irreconcilable. In the face of such enmity, it's meaningless to talk about the righteousness of the human race. Although there were quite a few similar voices, they were still drowned out by another different voice. More people were criticizing the Seven Absolute sect. The people from the Seven Absolute sect are too insensible. They're still fighting among themselves and killing their own kind when the devil clans are about to invade. In the face of the greater good of humans, no matter how great the enmity is, they should let it go before the devil clans retreat. If they continue to kill each other, the devil clans will benefit in the end. Initially, I sympathized with the Seven Absolute sect. However, after what happened recently, I no longer sympathize with them. In fact, I think they deserve it. Me too. Voices criticizing the Seven Absolute sect could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Everyone said the Seven Absolute sect had crossed the line. However, did the Seven Absolute sect really cross the line? On a snow-capped peak in the northern region, an old figure knelt before a tombstone at the peak of the snow-capped peak. There was no name on the tombstone. Senior brother, after more than 300 years, that person from the Heaven Divination sect is finally dead. I'm useless for not being able to avenge you personally. However, the person who avenged you this time is my last disciple. He's also your junior nephew. He's the successor of the prophet progeny. You can finally rest in peace in the netherworld. The old man knelt before the tombstone and muttered to it. This old man was none other than the previous successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, the Oracle Man. 300 years ago, there were two successors of the prophet progeny in the Seven Absolute sect. Apart from the Oracle Man, there was also the Oracle Man's senior brother. At that time, their whereabouts were discovered by a Heaven Divination sect's disciple. That Heaven Divination sect's disciple had chased after them for thousands of miles to kill them. The Oracle Man managed to escape with his senior brother's help and went into hiding. His senior brother, on the other hand, was captured by the Heaven Divination sect's disciple and tortured for 10 days and 10 nights before he finally breathed his last. The reason the Heaven Divination sect's disciple did that was to force the Oracle Man to come out. The Oracle Man still remembered the scene from that time. At that time, he felt like dying when he saw his senior brother being tortured. He really wanted to stand out and ask the Heaven Divination sect's disciple to kill him so that he could give his senior brother a quick death. However, he held himself back in the end. This was because he carried the heavy responsibility of inheriting the prophet progeny of the Seven Absolute sect. At that time, if he stood out, the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, would be destroyed in his hands. At that time, both of them did not have the time to leave behind the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. Ha ha! The Oracle Man suddenly laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with a sense of relief as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. The Heaven Divination sect's disciple who tortured his senior brother for 10 days and 10 nights was the sect leader of the Heaven Divination sect. He was also the person who was killed by the Oracle Man's disciple with the Heaven Reversing Art of Curse. In the past, he had watched as his enemy grew stronger and stronger. In the end, he even became the sect leader of the Heaven Divination sect. There were many nights when the Oracle Man woke up from his dreams in despair. However, his disciple, his senior brother's junior nephew, the successor of the prophet progeny, had killed his enemy and avenged his senior brother. How could he not be excited? How could he not be excited? Not thinking about the greater good of the human race? At some point, a graceful figure floated down from the sky and landed not far behind the Elder of Heavenly Secrets. It was a beautiful woman. She was none other than the previous successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. She was also Han Xianai's master. If it wasn't for the devil clans that could invade the upper province at any time and for the greater good of the human race, the three great sects would have been bathed in blood by now. The world is foolish. Who doesn't know that the people of the Seven Absolute sect are only avenging the 1,000-year-old enmity? The 1,000-year-old enmity referred to the enmity between the three great sects and the Seven Absolute sect for killing the people of the Seven Absolute sect. In other words, the people from the three great sects that the Seven Absolute sect had killed were the people who had killed the people of the Seven Absolute sect in the past 1,000 years. P.S. These few days I've organized a book review event with the website for my brothers and sisters. Everyone can post a review on the QQ Reading app or Genesis Chinese Network's War Sovereign Ling Tian book review section. The content can be directed at the book or a character you like. The deadline is this Friday. I'll pick out the 10 most pertinent comments from the beginning of the chapter to the end of the event and give each of them 10,000 book vouchers as a reward. I'll contact the winners and ask them to send the book vouchers to the website via QQ. Among the 10 winners, 3 of them will be lucky enough to receive a mysterious gift pack and a greeting card that I'll personally mail to them. Let's get to work now. The event will be held simultaneously on the QQ Reading app and the Genesis Chinese Network's War Honorable on the Ling Tian's War Honorable. Chapter 2252. 300 years ago, the sect leader of the Heaven Divination sect had killed the successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, who was the Oracle Man's senior brother. 300 years later, the Oracle Man's last disciple killed him with a curse and took revenge. 200 years ago, an elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism and a disciple of Zhuangzi Buddhism had joined forces to kill the successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, Han Xianai's Grandmaster. The elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism at that time was now the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The disciple of Zhuangzi Buddhism was the White Tiger King of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Han Xianai had killed the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and Feng Tianwu had killed the White Tiger King to avenge the successor of the Red Dust progeny who was killed 200 years ago. 500 years ago, an elder of the Heaven Divination sect had killed the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. Currently, that elder had become an oracle of the Heaven Divination sect. 500 years later, the oracle of the Heaven Divination sect had been killed by Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. Good and evil had their retribution. It was not that there was no retribution, but it was not time yet. Based on all these factors, the people of the Seven Absolutes sect who had killed so many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had only avenged 1,000 years of enmity. For the past 1,000 years, there had been no conflict between Zoroastrianism and the Seven Absolutes sect. For this reason, the people of the Seven Absolutes sect did not target the people of Zoroastrianism. If we don't avenge 1,000 years of enmity, the people of the Seven Absolutes sect won't be able to face our ancestors. At some point, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets had also stepped forward. His turbid eyes suddenly brightened, shooting out 2 sharp beams of light. The invasion of the Devil clans is imminent, and the human race is at stake. Since we've avenged 1,000 years of enmity, the Seven Absolutes sect is willing to put aside the enmity for now. We'll settle the score with the 3 great sects after we defeat the Devil clans. The old prophet's words were the principle of the Seven Absolutes sect's entry into the world. The Seven Absolutes sect had a clear conscience. The enmity of 1,000 years must be avenged. As for the rest of the enmity, he could put it aside for the time being. When he defeated the demon race in the future, he would settle the debt with the 3 great sects. This was the righteousness of the human race that the members of the Seven Absolutes sect followed. If the people from the Seven Absolutes sect were truly people who did not care about the righteousness of the human race, then how could the successor of the Kratos progeny, the third Absolutes, Guli, the successor of the Kratos progeny, and the successors of the Gemini progeny, Nangong Chun and Nangong Yi, have only defeated their opponents and become famous? With their strength, they were completely capable of killing their opponents. However, they did not do that. However, we can't let those children be wronged. Activate the Red Dust Progeny's intelligence network and spread the word about the righteousness of the human race that the Seven Absolutes sect abides by. Let the world know that the Seven Absolutes sect has a clear conscience for themselves and the righteousness of the human race. The Oracle Man turned to the beautiful woman and said, "I'm here to discuss this with you." After replying, the beautiful woman left in a hurry. Soon after, the news of the people from the Seven Absolutes sect avenging a 1,000-year-old enmity began to spread in the upper province of the Down Marshal Saint Land. At this moment, many people who were condemning the Seven Absolutes sect fell silent. I see. If the people from the Seven Absolutes sect are only avenging a 1,000-year-old enmity, then they have a clear conscience for themselves and the righteousness of the human race. I was wondering. The sect that Feng Qingyang, the prodigy sword saint, used to be and shouldn't be a sect that doesn't care about the righteousness of the human race. As it turns out, there's a reason for this. It's understandable. That's right. A 1,000-year-old enmity is only a 1,000-year-old enmity. If they don't take revenge, they won't be able to face their ancestors who were only 1 or 2 generations away from them. It's understandable why the people from the Seven Absolutes sect did this. As the news of the people from the Seven Absolutes sect avenging a 1,000-year-old enmity spread, the voices in the upper province of the Down Marshal Saint Land changed. Initially, they were still condemning the Seven Absolutes sect. Now, they were more concerned about why the people from the Seven Absolutes sect had targeted the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect. Naturally, there were still some people who continued to condemn the Seven Absolutes sect. They felt the Seven Absolutes sect should not take revenge for a 1,000-year-old enmity. They should prioritize the righteousness of the human race. However, these people were in the minority. Their voices were quickly drowned out. They did not cause any commotion at all. No wonder the people from the Seven Absolutes sect didn't do anything to the people from Zoroastrianism. As it turns out, they're avenging a 1,000-year-old enmity. For the past 1,000 years, although the Zoroastrianism has targeted the Seven Absolutes sect, we've never killed anyone from the Seven Absolutes sect. At this moment, many people from the Zoroastrianism could not help but feel relieved. The people from the Seven Absolutes sect who had entered the upper province of the Down Marshal Saint Land were still fine. The successor of the Prophet Progeny, the second Absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, and the successor of the Blazing Phoenix Progeny, the fifth Absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, brought great pressure to the high-ranking officials from Zoroastrianism. After all, both of them were capable of killing a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint's celestial stage. The Seven Absolute sect has been in hiding for 100,000 years. Now that they've reappeared, they're really well prepared. That's right. Just a few disciples from the Seven Absolute sect have caused such a huge commotion in the upper province of the Down Marshal Saint Land. The 3 female disciples have even entered the top 20 of the Supreme Saint ranking as soon as they appeared in front of everyone. Speaking of the 3 female disciples from the Seven Absolute sect, the most terrifying one is the successor of the Prophet Progeny, the second Absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. The successor of the Prophet Progeny seems very mysterious. The other 5 successors of the Seven Absolutes sect have reported their names, but she only said she's the successor of the Prophet Progeny, the last disciple of the Oracle Man. She's so mysterious, and she's a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. The successor of the Prophet Progeny in the Seven Absolutes sect is not to be trifled with. Similar discussions continued to spread in the upper province of the Down Marshal Saint Land. The people in the upper province of the Down Marshal Saint Land were fearful of the successor of the Prophet Progeny in the Seven Absolutes sect. Naturally, it was mostly because the successor of the Prophet Progeny in the Seven Absolutes sect was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. Moreover, she was suspected to be a heaven-defying Tao cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage. It's better to offend the King of Hell than to offend the Prophet Progeny. Someone even sent out such a message. Many people in the upper province of the Down Marshal Saint Land agreed with this. The successor of the Prophet Progeny was too terrifying. At the same time, apart from the Zoroastrianism, the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect were secretly searching for the members of the Seven Absolutes sect. Naturally, the two great sects were not searching for the members of the Seven Absolutes sect because they wanted to have a cup of tea with them. They wanted to seek revenge and redeem themselves. To the two great sects, what the members of the Seven Absolutes sect had done to them was a great humiliation. Only the blood of the members of the Seven Absolutes sect could wash away the humiliation they had suffered. Initially, the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect wanted to drag the Zoroastrianism down with them. They wanted to join forces with the Zoroastrianism to deal with the members of the Seven Absolutes sect. However, Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, was not stupid. He had directly rejected them. What a joke! Now that the members of the Seven Absolutes sect did not come looking for trouble with the members of the Zoroastrianism, they would be thankful. After all, the current Seven Absolutes sect was no longer the Seven Absolutes sect of the past. If they were not confident they could uproot the Seven Absolutes sect, it was best not to provoke them for the time being. Currently, all 6 of the Seven Absolutes sect have appeared except for the first Absolute, the Fog Rain sect. Soon after, many people discovered this. It's said that in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it's rare for the Seven Absolutes sect to appear in such a high-profile manner. The last time it happened was 100,000 years ago during the era of the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang. I've heard about this as well. I've read about it in an ancient book. The Seven Absolutes sect has a rule that the Seven Absolutes sect can only appear in such a high-profile manner when the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute, appears. If the record is true, it means that the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, has appeared. The successor of the Prophet progeny, the second Absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, is already so heaven-defying. How heaven-defying would the successor of the Fog Rain progeny be if he appears? After all, according to the Seven Absolutes sect's tradition, the strongest person in the Seven Absolutes sect is the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. The successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. How exciting! In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, people were discussing the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. Naturally, these discussions had spread to the 3 great sects as well. Now that the Seven Absolutes sect has appeared, the first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, must have a successor. Moreover, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny from 100,000 years ago is most likely the successor of the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang. In the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, no one knew the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, better than the 3 great sections. Due to this reason, they were more certain than anyone else. It was highly likely that the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, had appeared. Otherwise, the Seven Absolutes sect would not have appeared in such a high-profile manner. Based on the strength of this generation of the Seven Absolutes sect, the successor of the Prophet progeny, the second Absolute, is the strongest. In fact, although the successor of the Prophet progeny was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator, his strength was the weakest among the 7 Absolutes of the Seven Absolutes sect. That's right. During that era, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, Feng Qingyang, was the strongest. The one who was second only to Feng Qingyang was the successor of the Kratos progeny, the third Absolute. No one can see through this generation of the Seven Absolutes sect. Perhaps, even the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, might not be a match for that heaven-defying Tao cultivator, the successor of the Prophet progeny, the second Absolute. It's not impossible. Similar discussions spread among the high-ranking officials of the 3 great sections. However, the people from the 3 great sects did not expect that the successor of the Fog Rain progeny would be the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. In fact, many of them knew the current successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. Even if they did not know him, they had heard of him before. Chapter 2253. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was in the lower province, was unaware of what had happened in the upper province in the past year. Otherwise, he would definitely know. Back then, when he received Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's inheritance, the meaning of the words Misty Rain's successor. Duan Lingtian was currently cultivating in a guest room of an inn in the Human Devil Holy City. The inn belonged to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Therefore, Duan Lingtian did not need to worry about being disturbed when he cultivated here. In the entire Human Devil clan, no one dared to cause trouble in the inn under the Crimson Blaze Palace. The people from Crimson Blaze Palace did not know about this. The culprit who killed the foster son of Wu Tianjin, the vice palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace, and the direct disciples of several elders of Crimson Blaze Palace was in the inn under the Crimson Blaze Palace. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian wouldn't have been able to cultivate so peacefully in an inn owned by the Crimson Blaze Palace. It's fine if my innate talent was not good enough in the past, but now that I have a violet innate spiritual root, I can't drag Brother Tian down anymore. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating in seclusion, Kerr was not idle and also began cultivating. Of course, even if she wanted to cultivate in seclusion now, she couldn't. She could only occasionally find time to cultivate. That was because she was not alone. She had a daughter that she needed to take care of. As for Kerr's elder sister, Gan Ruyen, she had gone into closed-door cultivation the moment she returned. Currently, Gan Ruyen's innate spiritual root had changed from an indigo innate spiritual root to a dark violet innate spiritual root. This experience was like a dream to her. Therefore, after returning to the inn, she could not wait to go into closed-door cultivation. She wanted to experience her innate spiritual root as soon as possible. "Mother, where is father?" When Duan Xiling woke up, the first thing she did was to look for Duan Lingtian. It was obvious she was very dependent on her father, Duan Lingtian. "Good girl, Xiling. Daddy is cultivating in seclusion now. He'll be out in a few days. When the time comes, Xiling will play with you again, okay?" Kerr said affectionately as she patted Duan Xiling's head. "All right, Xiling will wait for Daddy to come out of seclusion. Mother, Xiling wants to cultivate too. Xiling wants to fight bad guys with Daddy." Duan Xiling's delicate face tensed up slightly when she said this. She waved her fists in the air as she said this. He looked like a little adult. "Xiling, you're such a good girl. However, if you want to cultivate, you'll have to wait for your father to come out of seclusion. He'll teach you then, all right?" Seeing that her daughter was so sensible, a gratified smile appeared on Kerr's face. All right. When Daddy comes out of seclusion, he'll teach me how to cultivate." Upon hearing Kerr's words, Duan Xiling did not feel disappointed. Instead, she clapped her hands excitedly. In Duan Xiling's opinion, her father was different. After all, her father was more powerful than her mother and aunts. If her father taught her, she would definitely become more powerful in the future. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Whoosh! 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 All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew in Duan Lingtian's room. Gusts of majestic and vast gales extended out from Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. They were like roaring dragons that charged out in all directions as though they were going to destroy the entire room. However, just as the raging winds approached the walls, doors, and windows, they seemed to be devoured by something and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes. His eyes flashed like 2 blazing suns, shooting out 2 dazzling rays of light as if they could illuminate all the darkness in the world. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's aura had undergone a huge change compared to before he went into closed-door cultivation. It was as though he had become ethereal and otherworldly. "So this is the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form?" Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his mouth and muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the heaven-defying form. Once one broke through to this stage, one would have an endless lifespan. As it turns out, this is how a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage achieves eternal life. In the past, Duan Lingtian only knew that powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and above would have an endless lifespan. However, he did not know how it worked. Now that he had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he finally understood why powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and above would have eternal life. This was because, after one's cultivation base had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, the saint veins in one's body would be connected to the tiny meridians in one's body. When Yam Kai circulated his saint chi, the inconspicuous small meridians located all over his body could receive a baptism of saint chi, allowing him to maintain the vitality of his body and achieve immortality. In the past, the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, was a mystery to Duan Lingtian. Now that he had broken through to this level, he was clear about everything and understood everything. After breaking through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, one would have an endless lifespan. The seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage is known as the heaven-defying form. The heaven-defying form, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A human who originally had a limited lifespan, after breaking through to a certain level of cultivation, would obtain eternal life and have an endless lifespan. To a certain extent, this was an act that defied the heavens itself. Although my cultivation speed is still slower in the human devil saint city with the help of my dark violet innate spiritual root and the time flow on the fourth level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, it's still not as fast as before. However, it's not because my innate spiritual root can't catch up with the time flow on the fourth level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. It's because the cultivation environment here is far inferior to the upper province. In fact, ever since Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark violet innate spiritual root, his cultivation speed was almost the same as when he had the help of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. At that time, his innate talent was not as good as it was now, but he had the help of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. Comparing his current cultivation speed to his past cultivation speed, even if there was still some difference, it was not that big of a difference. However, since this was the lower province, the cultivation environment here was far inferior to the upper province. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed here was not as good as when he was in the upper province. The cultivation speed was similar only if they were in the same cultivation environment. If there was a huge difference in the cultivation environment, it would naturally be different. Even so, I still managed to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, apart from gaining eternal life, the sun-saint origin in his body had also improved. Although his sun-saint origin could not compare to the sun-saint origin of an ordinary martial cultivator at the same cultivation base, it was still much stronger. However, it was still much stronger than a martial cultivator at the same cultivation base. Breaking through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage has brought me more than just immortality. My current strength has increased by a whole level compared to before I broke through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian felt excited when he thought of this. Now that his strength had improved, he would be able to protect himself and his loved ones in the Debussy subterranean where the devil clans wreaked havoc. How could he not feel excited when he thought of this? It's a pity that Hua Lao is no longer here. Duan Lingtian thought about Elder Hua, the pagoda spirit of the celestial supreme treasure, the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. He could not help but sigh as a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. Duan Lingtian had his reasons for thinking about Hua Lao at this moment. When Hua Lao was still alive, he had told Duan Lingtian that he would be able to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. When Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he would help Duan Lingtian improve the golden crow's wings to the third form. At that time, the speed he could display after using the Golden Crow's wings would increase by another level. At that time, the Golden Crow's wings would shine as a divine ability in the Devata realm. Since Elder Hua is not here, I won't be able to raise my Golden Crow's wings to the third form. Although my speed is much faster than many movement divine abilities in the Dao Martial Saint Land with the help of the second form of the Golden Crow's wings, it's still not enough. However, there's still a gap between my speed and the most ordinary movement divine abilities in the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought of this. Since Elder Hua was no longer around, it meant that his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, would no longer improve. He could comprehend other divine abilities on his own. However, he could not comprehend the Golden Crow's wings. The Golden Crow's wings was Hua Lao's innate divine ability as a three-legged Golden Crow. The reason Duan Lingtian could master the Golden Crow's wings was all thanks to the Golden Crow's wings that Hua Lao had planted on his back. Otherwise, he would not have been able to master the Golden Crow's wings. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and shook his head. Let bygones be bygones. Duan Lingtian, you must believe that Hua Lao will be happy for you if he knows you've broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, in such a short time. After muttering to himself, Duan Lingtian's gloominess was swept away, and his spirits were lifted. It was as though he had transformed into a different person. Chapter 2254. He stood up from the bed and opened the door. He had officially come out of closed-door cultivation. Daddy! 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 Duan Lingtian had just opened the door when he heard an excited voice coming from the front. The voice was getting closer and closer. When he took a closer look, he saw his daughter, Duan Siling, running toward him with her arms wide open when she saw him opening the door. Her delicate little face was filled with excitement. Siling! Duan Lingtian smiled as he crouched down to catch Duan Siling, who was running toward him. Then, he carried her in his arms. Duan Siling was already 10 years old. However, because she had not interacted with many people, and had not interacted with people of the same age, her temperament was still as naive and unaffected as before. In front of Duan Lingtian, she was like a little princess. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, she was his little princess, his one and only little princess. Daddy! Why do I feel like you're different now? Duan Siling blinked her big eyes as she studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe. When she spoke, she noticed Duan Lingtian's aura was different from before. Before he entered closed-door cultivation, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, after he entered closed-door cultivation, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. His temperament and aura had changed as well. Although Duan Siling had not officially started cultivating, she had a black profound spirit. However, since Duan Siling possessed a black innate spiritual root, she had extraordinary senses. Although she did not have a high cultivation base, she could still sense the change in Duan Lingtian's aura. Naturally, she did not know what the change in aura was. All she knew was that her father gave her a different feeling. Daddy has broken through, Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he patted his daughter's head affectionately. Wow! Daddy is so awesome! Duan Siling's eyes brightened when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. In other words, Daddy, you've broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, and you'll be immortal in the future? Duan Lingtian had told Duan Siling that his cultivation base was at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had also told her about the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. For this reason, he was not surprised when he heard Duan Siling's words. He merely smiled and nodded. When Duan Siling saw Duan Lingtian nodding, her delicate face fell. She looked like a little adult with a troubled expression on her face. What happened? This was the first time Duan Lingtian had seen his daughter like this, and he couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't know why her daughter suddenly became like this. Daddy, Siling wants to cultivate too. Duan Siling pouted playfully. Siling wants to be immortal as well. Otherwise, when I'm old and pass away, it'll be boring for you to be immortal by yourself. Siling wants to be immortal with you, Daddy. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Siling, you can cultivate if you want. However, I'll have to ask for your mother's permission. If she doesn't mind, I'll teach you how to cultivate, alright? Daddy, Mommy has no objections. She asked me to wait for Daddy to come out of closed-door cultivation so Daddy can teach me how to cultivate. Duan Siling giggled. You'll have to ask your mommy first, Duan Lingtian said affectionately as he patted Duan Siling's head. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a voice rang in the air. Brother Tian, you've come out of closed-door cultivation? A light and pleasant voice that was filled with pleasant surprise sounded from nearby as a beautiful woman walked out of the room adjacent to Duan Lingtian's room. It was none other than Kerr. Kerr had also come out of her room when she heard the commotion. Yes. When Duan Lingtian saw Kerr, the doting look in his eyes turned gentle. It was as though it could melt anything. Mommy, Daddy has agreed to teach me how to cultivate. Duan Siling waved at Kerr as she said excitedly to Kerr. Before Kerr could reply, Duan Lingtian said, I thought since Siling is already 10 years old, it's fine if she wants to cultivate. However, it's up to you. If you think it's fine, I'll teach her. If you don't think it's fine, we'll wait for another 2 years. Duan Siling was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. When she regained her senses, tears began to well up in her eyes. Daddy, what are you talking about? Didn't you promise me earlier? At this moment, Duan Siling's eyes were brimming with tears. She looked pitiful. I did promise you earlier, but your mommy has to agree. If your mommy doesn't agree, I won't dare to teach you. Duan Lingtian's heart ached when he saw Duan Siling's expression. He smiled as he patted her head. Kerr was the one who brought up their daughter. He had always felt guilty towards Kerr, so when it came to his daughter's cultivation, he decided to listen to Kerr's opinion and not make the decision himself. Naturally, even if Duan Lingtian did not have such a reason, it would not be appropriate for him to make such a decision. After all, their daughter did not belong to him alone. She belonged to both him and Kerr. As their daughter's mother, Kerr had the right to express her opinion. Duan Lingtian did not have the right to deny her this right. Mommy! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Siling knew the decision was still in her mother's hands. She looked at her mother again and pouted. You promised Siling earlier. You can't go back on your word. At this moment, Kerr finally arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Duan Siling. Brother Tian, I'll listen to you, Kerr said to Duan Lingtian. She had the appearance of a woman singing along with her husband. Duan Lingtian's words earlier showed how much he cared for her, and how much he respected her. It made her feel warm in her heart. Just like that, the matter was settled. Duan Siling began to cultivate. Kerr, how long did I spend in closed-door cultivation? Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr and asked after he finally remembered the important matter. 20 days. Kerr replied. Only 20 days? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Initially, he thought he would have spent at least 25 days in closed-door cultivation. He did not expect it would only take him 20 days. Kerr, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back in an hour at most. Duan Lingtian turned to look at Kerr and greeted Kerr after he found out how long he had been in closed-door cultivation. Duan Lingtian comforted his daughter for a while before he handed her over to Kerr. Then, he left the inn that belonged to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. There was only one reason Duan Lingtian wanted to leave. He wanted to test his strength, and see how strong he had become. After all, although his cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he had no idea how much his strength had improved or what it was like. Before he tested his strength, he would not be able to come to a conclusion. After leaving the inn, Duan Lingtian left the Human Devil Saint City. After about 15 minutes, he arrived at an empty desert. Duan Lingtian stood in the air above the desert, and extended his divine consciousness. he could not detect any signs of life. In other words, not only was there no one around, but there were also no signs of life. Even the heaven and earth spirit energy was thin. My sun saint origin. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian's sun saint origin surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins. In just a blink of an eye, it surged out of his body and emitted a majestic aura. It was as though the ancient beast that had been lurking in Duan Lingtian's body had awakened. The number of saint veins in one's body directly affected the speed at which one could mobilize energy. The more saint veins one had, the faster one could mobilize energy. It was the same the other way around. However, due to the low level of power in the mundane realms, people in the mundane realms did not rely on saint veins as much as people in the Devata realms. Naturally, the saint veins were not called saint veins in the Devata realms. Instead, they were called heavenly veins. Elementary devouring tactic. After mobilizing the sun saint origin in his body, Duan Lingtian did not remain idle. He immediately cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. After devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, Duan Lingtian moved to another location. He had to change locations. Although he could continue to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, the efficiency would be greatly reduced. If he changed locations, he would be able to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Change locations. Continue to devour? Change locations. Continue to devour? After repeating this several times, Duan Lingtian's sun saint origin was raised to its maximum after a dozen breaths of time. However, the sun saint origin that had been raised to its limit did not surprise Duan Lingtian at all. Not only was he not surprised, but he was also slightly disappointed. It's still the same as before. Could this be the bottleneck that Hualao mentioned to me before? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a frown on his face. Currently, the sun saint origin in his body that had been raised to its limit was similar to the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had cast before he had broken through to the seventh form of the saint's celestial stage. It was as though he had encountered a bottleneck that was difficult to break. Hualao said before that powerhouses at the ninth form of the saint's celestial stage will face a bottleneck before they pass the heavenly tribulation. This bottleneck can only be broken after passing the heavenly tribulation. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.